I learned yesterday from one of my stream viewers that
I'm
the live
sorry,
letter.
I missed the beginning. Are you talking to me or talking
Yes,
to them?
I'm talking to you.
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning.
Um, I learned from one of my streamer followers that the live letter is going to be held on Halloween for 7.4. So we'll know what we're gonna get, I guess.
No, I just read the live, but I don't, or patch notes, I don't.
Hello, 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 hello. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Ooh, I need to actually. Set my avatar. One moment. There we are. Hello, everyone. How is you all today? Welcome to another day, another stream of Final Fantasy XIV. We're just getting in, getting a little, a little, watering of the plants here before we get started. Gotta keep them nice and healthy. There we go. Alright. Alright. Let's go get some gamba on before we get into the meat and potatoes of today's stream. And what is the meat and potatoes, you ask? Well, today we are primarily going to be working on further Hildibrand. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Heaven's Word Hildibrand. That is going to be amazing. We're gonna see what Nashu and Hildy and the gang are up to. And if we still have time, we'll go into getting some other stuff done. So we got a 1 there, a 2. Okay, so so a 1, 2, 3 is out. And apparently a 7, 8, 9 is out too. Oh well. Try number 2. It's okay. It's just a warm up, right? Just warm up. 3, 4, 6. Could be. But it's not. Okay. Last try. We got a 3, 5, 7. None of them were good this time. Oh well. It is what it is. Before we get anywhere, we do have to fill our actions. So let's head over to Ulda. So can't have our people going without their actions. Not what we're about over here. Got about 2 hours left. Our free company mates will be on soon, so we're gonna have to load up. So let's see. We need seven of these. And we need 7 of these. There we go. All filled. Alright, cool. Now we go to Ishgard. Now we go to Ishgard. I hope you all are doing fantastically today. Yes, I hope you are all having a great day. Do not worry, we will get all of these blue quests done and dusted. We have other business. Especially that one. This one right here. That one unlocks Foundation. And I think this one unlocks Imperium. I think this one unlocks the housing for this for this area. Imperium was the last housing district to be added. So, of course, you know the first three. But Imperium was the last one. Stormblood got their housing district first. And we're just all over the place here. Need more coffee. Need to wake up. But we need to head over to the Crozier. Check our rep grind. Okay, so we need quite a bit more the bath. But we can progress the Vanu and the Moogles so they can get upgraded. They did a little bit weird with their quest. The Vasco's like immediately to friendly, whereas the Vanu and the Moogles were both in neutral. It was so weird. Nashu. Well, I'll be Zelda Hildibrand in the flesh. A pleasure to see you again. Wait, is this what they call serendipity? It is, isn't it? That settles it. You gotta help me find the inspector. We gotta help you find the inspector? Okay. Core, I was hoping you would silently agree. So we've been trying to calculate the trajectory the inspector took when he was catapulted into the sky again. I've triple-checked my figures and concluded he must have landed somewhere here in Ishgard. Unfortunately, the investigation hasn't been proceeding as smoothly as I had hoped. But now that you're here, we're sure to make some progress. Come, let's speak with the merchants and see if anyone hasn't had dealings with the gentlemanly Highlander. Bye, Nashu. A gentlemanly Highlander, you say? My apologies, but I cannot say I have had dealings with the man as you describe. Alright. Well, he's not useful. What about the apothecary? Do they know anything? Good evening to you, madam. Oh, hi. Oh, you're looking for someone. A gentlemanly Highlander. I know not this man of whom you speak, but perhaps Mistress Elise does. She is well acquainted with a rather lot of merchants and noblemen. Okay. What about you, Norris? I've sold my fair share of goods to Highlander Adventurers Eye, but I'd not describe such clients as particularly gentlemanly, I'm afraid. Alright. The merchants had nothing to say. Maybe the master of the markets will know. As ever, a warm welcome to you, miss. How may I be of service? I'm looking for a gentlemanly Highlander. Kinda derpy. A gentlemanly Highlander, you say? Now that I think of it, I have heard a tale of a foreigner who may be the man whom you seek. Begging your pardon, miss, but did you say you know Inspector Hildibrand? An acquaintance of yours, I presume. I do not know his name, only that he was here by invitation of Lord Edmund, or so it is rumored. Surely, as a Waterhouse were calling, it would be a trifling matter to go and ask after him at the manor. Indeed. God, I knew it was serendipity. The 410 manor. Okay. Bye, Nashu. To the last vigil. And let's talk to the guard. Yes, let me in, let me in. Oh. No. I need to talk to the knight. I'm gonna talk to this dude. Well met, Mistress Hime. Do you require assistance? Aye, and it's as you say, at this time Lord Edmund is entertaining a foreign guest. Huzzah, we found the inspector. Have we? Calm down. If I'm not mistaken, their meeting should be ending shortly. If you like, you may retire to the gazebo and wait for our guests to depart. The gazebo? Aren't those dangerous? Then again, you seem a responsible sort, not like to let a wild gazebo run amok. Well, very well. We humbly accept your offer. Nah, shoot. That's not what he means. And if it wakes up, I'll have you there to protect me. Sure, the gazebo will wake up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, have you not been sleeping? You're constantly falling asleep over there, girl. That must be Inspector Hildibrand. I cannot well imagine how arduous your journey must have been. Truth be told, I have found the brisk horse and air to be rather invigorating. It stimulates the body and mind both, a welcome benefit when one must discuss matters of commerce. I dare say we would not have accomplished so much otherwise. There you are, Inspector. I've been looking all over for you. It's not Hildy, but it's the next best thing. It's Lord Godbert's Mandeville. Yeah, let's go. I say, who do I see before me? Not one of, but two of my beloved son's faithful companions. Look, Lord Godbert, but I thought... Hildy, in Ishgard? This is the first I've heard of it. Aha, I found you at last, heretic. Heretic? Yes, you, the hulking brute with a mad gleam in his eye. Your brazen heresy is plain for all to see. Surrender yourself to the Inquisition at once. I beg your pardon. This man is an Uldan merchant here at the behest of House Fortom, so baseless accusations will not be tolerated. A guest of House Fortom? Then he couldn't possibly be. So there were those two wards that they were acquitted of all charges in a trial of combat. If he demands the right to, then I would personally have to... Oh dear. He's over there doing squats. 1,000 apologies, good sir. I spoke out of turn. I'm Seer, and as you may have guessed, I'm an inquisitor who's been charged with investigating reports of a rather suspicious, possibly heretical individual. Ho ho ho, a heretic, you say? One who bears a passing resemblance to me? Aye, a gentleman rather muscular, wearing dark garments and acquitting himself in a somewhat gentlemanly fashion, as some might say. I think we found him. I think he knows. This heretic sounds like the spitting image of Inspector Hildibrand. Could he be a fan? Yes. I say again, are you acquainted with such a man? Yes. I see. And the man you are looking for is Lord Gosford's son. It would seem that our investigations may be connected, so I put to you a proposal. The first reported sightings of the heretic I am tracking came from Falcon's Nest. Perhaps we should journey there together. It is, after all, possible we're seeking the self-same individual, and if so, and if he is innocent, it would be for the best if you were present when I apprehend him, that we might resolve this matter without incident. I say we go with him, Zelda. This looks to be our best lead yet. Yeah. Then I shall accompany you all. It has been far too long since I've laid eyes on my beloved son, and if there's a chance we might be reunited, I would be glad to seize it. Then it is settled. We leave for Falcon's Nest at once. Well, to the Western Highlands we go. Ah, coffee's so good. Helps wake up the synapses. Da, 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 da. Whee, 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 whee. Let's see what Redwall knows. Mistress Hime, are these your traveling companions? As it is, yes. A mysterious muscular vagabond. Ah, yes, a patrol sighted him lurking near the dusk vigil. Thinking he might be a lost traveler, they called out to him, but rather than approach, he fled. Quite frankly, I'm surprised you bothered to come all this way. That sighting barely warranted a mention in my report. Aha, the unmistakable scent of heresy. No, sir. Oh, terribly sorry. Old habit I picked up from my mentor. I know. I will not rush to judgment as before. Still, much as I hope to find your missing inspector, I must confess one small desire that we instead unearth a lingering pocket of heresy. Of late there have been virtually no confirmed instances of heretical misdeeds. I wonder why. It's gotten so bad that some are speculating our funding may be reduced, or worse. I mean, Inquisition's operations might come under review. That is why Halone is my witness. I will find and bring a heretic to justice, and prove that our order still has value in these uncertain times. Yes, I understand you have your reasons, but whether or not this vagabond was a heretic remains to be seen. Still, if you're set upon your course, you might begin your search through the dusk vigil. An excellent suggestion, Sir Wedwald. Should we succeed in our endeavor, rest assured that you will share in the glory. Shrug. Bond continues. Onward to the dusk vigil. I'm told that the region is especially cold, so do not forget to dress appropriately for the weather. Well, I'm pretty covered up. Godbird. Need the jacket, sir. You need the jacket. Oh my goodness. Wake up, yawns. Wake up, yawns. Da 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 da. Dun, 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 oh, we flying, babe, we flying. Wonder. Gelatos. We must survey, yes. I swear this man right here loses more and more clothing with each scene. And this guy is just like, it's so cold. And he's like completely covered. And he's like unbothered. Yeah. Here, take me, it's freezing. Bah, this is a waste of time. No living thing could survive in this godforsaken wasteland. You don't know Hildy. Over there, look, someone's coming from the vigil. Inspector? Inspector, is that you? Ah, it's the zombie. As I live and breathe, of all the places we reunited with Master Zombiebrand's compatriots, how very this fine morning. Hark! A heretic raised to the dead by his brother's unholy magics. He's not a heretic, he's one of the gentle dead men. What brings you so far from Muldown, good sir? Well, as you know, ours is a rather lonely existence, so when we heard rumors of an abandoned fortress held by zombies, we were delighted. I was chosen to serve as emissary and set out immediately. Alas, it seems my efforts were for naught. Ah, truly, every last one dead? That is to say, irrevocably dead? If it was necessary, then so be it. Still, after coming all this way, it's more than a little disappointing, you understand? Well, looks like we got it and coming, so we'll pause the cutscene here, and we will come back in 3 minutes. See you soon. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Then my calculations were wrong? Inspector didn't land in Curthis? She's such a mean cat. Now, do not fret so. If it is our overlord you seek, then you are in luck. As the founder of the Gentle Den Men, our fates and fate are inextricably entwined. In fact, I can feel it calling to me now. Truly, good sir, you can guide us to Inspector Hildibrand. As surely as my rotting nose can lead me to fresh brains. Follow me, my friends. And, one must remain vigilant to a heresy, for it can manifest in myriad ways. It is a vile, insidious sickness which must needs to be burned out ere the infection take hold. Surely zombification will qualify, yes? Confound it, they've left it behind. Uh-huh. They absolutely have. Mr. Heresy Man. Mr. Heresy Man. Mr. Heresy Man. Don't call it a comeback. But who do they think they are, commandeering this investigation and employing a zombie as a bloodhound? It beggars belief. A lot of things with this man beggars belief, but it happens anyway, so I learned to just roll with it, sir. We must regain control of the situation. With me, Zelda. Well, to the east we go. We must fly to the east. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Hold a moment, my friends, I must needs concentrate. Mr. Zombie Brand is indeed nearby, but there's also something else. We have a powerful magic confounding my senses. I can guide you no further. We must needs split up and search the area. Now see here, the ways are infested with wild beasts, and you would have us split up? Some can handle herself true, and you've clearly no reason to fear death, but what of Mistress Nash? I take your meaning, my good zombie Zelda. Pray see to the lady's protection. Inquisitor Seer, would you care to take the lead? Come on, you two. The inspector is out there somewhere. Indeed, indeed. A gentle lady flies rather than falls. Look, Zelda, that's got to be the inspector. Yeah. And it's surrounded by giant fluffy man-shaped gazebos. Naturally. Those are not gazebos. Nay, my lady, they are not mere gazebos. Not their regal bearing. They are gentlemen gazebos. Fearsome yet fastidious foes who would surely tear me rotting limb from rotting limb. Only Zelda can save Mr. Zombiebrand now. Sure. Let's go save Master Zombiebrand. From the Gentleman Yetis. Inspector, can you hear me? I've been looking all over for you. Oh, but this won't do. Gotta get you out of there before you catch cold. That's not going to pull them out, guys. Up and at 'em. Everyone's waiting for you. Forgive me, if I pull any harder, my arms are like to tear. Ah, there you are. We heard shouting. Have you perchance found something? Fury take me. Is that my heretic? Confound it, I wanted him alive. Inspector Hildibrand is definitely not a heretic. He's probably not dead either. He's just hibernating like last time. Hildy was ever a late riser. Fear not, my wife and I had our ways of waking him. We're all just like backing away. Liz, more close. Use the glamour presser. More close. Now, Hildebrand, Hildy, or Maximum Vanderbilt. Right this instant. You get up right this instant. Ah. So fast. Jesus Christ. It buried him even further. Was it the Mandible Meteor Strike or the Mandermill Meteor Dive? Pah, maybe Julian was right. Trying to name everything only leads to needless confusion. One more time, then. Out you go. Splendidly suplexed, Lord Godbert. And then he does some Manderville. Where am I? The snowy wastelands of Cursus? And who are these people I see before me? Ah, but of course. Who else would venture into inhospitable climes and wake me from slumber sweet but my beloved friends? Why haven't you lost your teeth yet, sir? Why do I feel as though I've stepped into a portal into an alternate reality, unbound by the laws of logic? Because you have! Yes, you have you have stepped through a portal into a world that is unbound by the laws of logic. What is that? A mammoth? Where did it come from? Oh, that? When my father drove me into the earth, I found it buried beneath the snow. Little Lollapalooza girl, how adorable. Nashi, please, note the firm muscular legs, none like my own. 'Tis clearly a Lollapalooza boy. Now that you mention it, I suppose his features are rather masculine. But you cannot possibly be serious. I am the very soul of seriousness, good sir, especially in matters of deduction. This is undoubtedly a young boy who, much like myself, fell into a deep slumber upon being buried beneath the snow. Now then, let us gently wake him and ascertain his identity. Yes, this is what counts as gentle. Because Gobbert knows he's a rabbit, so yeah, that ought to do it. What is this place? Who am I? Oh my goodness. Yes. This is the world we've come to, chat. It would seem that although Father's ungentle ministration served to restore this young boy to life, it also robbed him of his memory. How did I get here? Who am I? Why can I not remember? Do not worry, young man. Everything will be alright. Take it from me. I have lost my memory more times than I can even remember. Then, can you help me to remember? Hearken to me now, for I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby swear to solve the mystery of the amnesiac Hobbledehoy. Yay! Wonderful, wonderful. I shall get started on a batch of Nash's delights. Effective as your explosives were in the past, I suspect a young Gigi lacks a hardy constitution required to survive such an approach. Gigi? Is that my name? When I spoke, you were muttering Gigi. I suspect the phrase may hold some significance for you. So until such time as we learn your real name, why not adopt it as a playful moniker? But that's just the sound all mammoths make. What kind of imbecile goes and names a mammoth Gigi anyway? Gigi. I like this name. Thank you, kind sir. But how will this new name help me to remember who I am? Patience, Gigi. This is only the beginning. Next we will return to the city and see if we cannot find anyone who knows who you are. Come along. Oh my goodness. Now that I know our overlord is safe and sound, I too must take my leave of you and return to my brothers. I dare say rigor mortis will set, even if I remain here any longer. Done for Zenland, and allow me to accompany you. Julian won't give me no end of trouble if I keep her waiting much longer. Though perhaps she will forgive me once I tell her of Hildy's return. This is a rather lot to digest, though you have the look of one accustomed to such happenings. Yeah. In any case, regardless of Mistress Nashi's protestations, the inspector will not be granted access to the capital to confirm that he is not a heretic. You have my word that he will be treated fairly. Dude, this is 3.2. I don't think you have the authority anymore to really do that. I sense a presence of unknown persuasions. Yep. Back-dish guard. Shall he take me, that man? Zelda. I suppose you've heard the news that Inspector Hildibrand was cleared of all suspicion and judged to be more than an eccentric curiosity. If you're looking for him, good luck. I wanted to thank him for his cooperation, but as soon as the Temple Knights released him, he and his assistant went off to God's know where with that mammoth in tow. As for my investigation, in spite of all the twists and turns, I managed to salvage a satisfactory result. As far as the Inquisition is concerned, the suspicious vagabond was not more than a zombie which wandered away from the death vigil. Sickness which has since been purged. The sickness must be purged! So it would seem that all is right with the world once more. But now I have no doubt the inspector will turn up again like a bad gill. And when he does, trouble is sure to follow. And thus ends the first chapter of Further Hildibrand. And we get an ending montage. See you, Inspector. And episode 1 is complete. Let's move on to episode 2. I pray this day finds you well, Zelda, or at least better than it finds me. It seems I have no choice but to seek out that inspector and convince him to surrender up his mammoth. 'Twas unearthed under most suspicious circumstances after all, and who can say what secrets or heresy it might hold? Therefore the Inquisition would conduct a thorough inspection, and if needs must destroy it. Given his affinity for the contraption, I fear the inspector may not be amenable to my request. Nevertheless, he must be made to see that there is the interest of public safety. Would you willing to help me persuade him? No, but I'll go with you anyway. Fear be praised, at least you have seen reason. Let us pray he will see as well. Let's pray he will as well. I'm given to understand that while the inspector and assistant have been wandering all over the city with the mammoth in tow, and they often frequent the gazebo near Portel Manor. With any luck, they will be there now. To the gazebo. We must fight the gazebos. They're dangerous, dangerous creatures, these gazebos. Verily, shall we scout all creation from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens for the answers we seek? Every day shall be filled with grand adventures, the stuff of fairy tales and legends. Huzzah! A grand adventure in the deepest pit of the seven hells. Just so, such as the creed of Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Yes. Well posted, Gigi, well posted. I dare say you have the potential to be an exemplary inspector someday. Right, that's enough of that. By virtue of the authority vested in me by the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine, I hereby command you to surrender that mimic of suspected heretical origin into my custody. Well, hello there, Zelda and Inspector Seer. Over the gesture, accusing poor Gigi of being a clock heretic, then it's plain to see that he's merely a precocious young lad. Oh, there you go again, confusing a poor girl as if those big, beautiful, boxy eyes are the soul of femininity. Nashi, please, were you not witnessing the magnificent display of Manderville masculinity mere moments ago? That's because you haven't taught her any better. She needs a proper role model to show her what's what. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. The supreme pinnacle of femininity is Nashu. Mistress Hime, Inspector Seer, what is all this commotion? We can hear you from the courtyard. Hello, Papa Botan. Oh, Lord Edmund, my sincerest apologies for the disturbance. I come to seize this mammoth on behalf of the Inquisition, a fact which I clearly explained to the inspector before you arrived. At which point they set to bickering about the contraption's gender. What say you, my lord? Do you think Gigi a boy or girl? It's just clearly a strapping young lad, no? Fury take me, not you too. That's the whole world gone mad. Fine, fine, but supposing that Gigi is a real boy, you cannot deny what the circumstances of discovering miraculous resuscitation were most unusual. You cannot be suffered to roam this city with impunity until the Inquisition has determined he is not a threat. I beg your pardon? Miraculous resuscitation? I see. And then, until such time as Gigi recovers his memory, mayhap it would be best if you adopted him as a ward of House Manderville. I will even stand as witness here now if you wish. Now, should get some rest. Adopt? Then that would make me Gigi's father? Doubtless the Inquisition would think better of taking any action which might threaten the cordial relationship between our two houses. Yes, of course, I'll do it. Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinary, do hereby grant this child the patronage of House Manderville. Papa Hildy! The inspector's finally become a father. It's so beautiful. Quite. Now that you need no longer fear the Inquisition, you are free to show Gigi more of the fair city. Indeed, I strongly encourage you to do so. Not by the grace of the Fury, some morning will jog his memory. Thank you, Lord Edmund. I shall not forget his kindness. Come, my faithful assistant, my beloved son, we must away. Oh, Helonia would not presume to question your grand design, but God, confound it all. Well, mayhap I cannot detain the amendment, but I am still within my rights to observe the blasted thing. Lord Goblin will be pleased to hear that his son is hale and healthy, as ever. Not that I would ever presume to meddle on another father's behalf, and certainly not without consent. Lord Edmund is the truest of true. Okay. There's our people. Yeah. Giggy. Come now, Gigi, surely amid gazing upon this wondrous work of Ishgardian architecture, is there something within your soul? This grand manor of the House Durn, Malcolm Parste. Pray do not fill the boy the mammoth's head with such nonsense. That is the supreme sacred tribunal of Hellenic inquisitory doctrine. I should know, I work there. Furthermore, I am quite certain that there is no house Durandal Sparte, and that is a rather ludicrous portmanteau of the four high houses, including the same house which but recently stood its witness to your adoption. Well, Gigi, do you remember anything? No, nothing. I said, rather than parading him before the grandiose, why not give him a taste of something more prosaic? Let's make our way to the holy stables, that he might bask in the singular sight, sound, and smell of Ishgard's famous chocobos. Whee! I'll be jumping through Ishgard one day. And to the stables today we go. The heavenly stables. Splendid specimens of horsebird flesh, would you not agree? In the hands of a steel jockey, any one of them could take first place with the saucer. These chocobos are the pride of the Ishgardian cavalry, and any simple knight who dared exploit them for personal gain would answer to the Fury herself. How about, Gigi? Do you remember anything about Ishgard? Be sure to snip the chocobos, it might help. It didn't. You know, just because you found him in Cousin Snowbank doesn't mean he hails from Ishgard. Which is why we ought to try taking him to the markets and exposing him to all manner of goods from across Eorzea. Excellent suggestion, Inquisitor. Wait, how am I complicit in this farce? Sorry, forgive me. Yeah, just roll with it, sir. But I want one. I want one. Buy me a chocobo, please, Father. Father, that strange looking thing is staring at us. Am I that strange looking? Aw, poor Gigi. Let's go to the markets. to the marketplace. Doo-doo-doo. Why bother? It is no use. No, you must not give in to despair so easily, and I not promise you dares build with grand adventures and the eventual discovery of your misled memories. Spirits, Gigi, spirits. What if they slumped to the ground with reckless abandon? Could this be the opening salvo of an indiscriminate campaign of vandalism? No, you're just clumsy. One weighs by your wild gesticulations, perhaps. At least look before you strike a pose. The gods only know how much that vase cost. 123,504,000 gil at last assessment. Who's ever won 700 it was only over 700 years and graced the homes of a dozen archbishops, 8 counts, 2 lord commanders, and 1 duke. 100 million gil. Oh, alone, why have you forsaken me? Well, that's an impressive trick. But we'll find out more after the edge. BRB. I can't retreat already, Loki. Yeah, oh yeah, I know. You don't think I did, but I did. Mm. 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 Potato chips are good. Mm. 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 But back to Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. And this curious little mammoth who everybody thinks is a boy, can turn back time. Well, would you look at that? Mm-mm. It's a miracle. Hey, the divine intervention of the Fury herself. Can I do that? King, my boy, that was marvelous. You're a born artisan, just like father. Papa Hildy's papa? No, Grandpapa Godbert, the man who woke you with a few gentle taps to the noggin. You wouldn't believe what else he can do with that hammer of his. Why, some folks say he wields the very powers of life and death. Once he and the missus come back from their tour of the Western Highlands, I'm sure they'd love to see that trick of yours. Do not demean this mammoth's power as a mere parlor trick. We just witnessed a miracle, and I demand that you all acknowledge it. This mammoth? Sir, I say, sir, 100 million gil for the mammoth, nay, 100 million gil and the Duke's priceless vase. My word, is this what passes for trade in Ishtar? Gigi is my flesh and blood. I will not sell him at any price. Pies, Papa Hildy, no more. I know you mean well, but you can't deny the truth no longer. I am a mammoth. Gigi, whatever has gotten into you, you're my son. You're a Mandeville man. Listen here, Papa Gigi, you're a Mandeville girl, though, through and through. Boy, girl. Stop it, both of you. You are not my papa or my mama. Oh, boy. Well, it's only to be expected. Gigi is at a rebellious age. Strange as it may sound, I too tested my parents' patience, and on that on more than one occasion. But if they could weather the storm, then so can I. I say we find out what's got him thinking he's a mammoth. But he is a mammoth. How can you not? Oh, never mind. The measure of a mammoth. The course of fatherhood never did run smooth, but I, Hildibrand, guardian of Gigi, doting parent extraordinaire, shall find a way to overcome this trial and be reconciled with my beloved son. Bless the spirit, solving a simple case of childhood rebellion should be easy for a man who unmasked thieves, defeated duelists, and led armies of the undead. Yes, that's all very... Wait, what is this about the undead? Actually, don't tell me. For now, all that matters is finding that mammoth. We should begin by speaking with the sentry station at the city gates and the airship landing. If Fury help us, he has left Ishgard. We need to know about it sooner rather than later. I'll visit the Ark of the Worthy while the inspector and his assistant head to the airship landing. You can question the guard at the gate near the manufactory, after which we'll regroup there and share our findings. Dismissed. We shall. Well, we gotta go to the foundation. And then over here. Little fellow with a wide-brimmed hat. He came through here. Bought passage on a supply ship bound for Falcon's Nest. One of them was named Lalafels, right? Budding little buggers seemed keen to be anywhere but here. Well, if Gigi left the city, it was not by the main gates. With this interest in the airship landing, I've seen no one matching his description. He came out this way. Falcon's Nest? Fury take me. We must return to that freezing pit of despair. Wheresoever Gigi goes, I will follow him and embrace him as my son once more. However, I surmise our final destination lies far beyond the walls of said outpost. Indeed, there's but one reason he would return to those frozen wastes. To frolic in the snow and cast his worries to the winds. Sure, believe that. Really, he seemed in no mood to frolic when I last saw him. As I recall, he used his arcane powers to mend a vase, only to become morose and belligerent when it became clear to him that he was, in fact, a mammoth. One might even say he remembered what he was, remembered his purpose, and so he returned to Western Curtis, that famous breeding ground for heresy, where he first found him. Home to his heretic masters, to show them the intelligence he has gathered in the city. At long last, the undeniable, the unquestionable, the unmistakable scent of heresy. What are we standing around for? We have a heretic to catch. Inspector, I'm starting to think that Inquisitor Seer might not think very highly of our little girl. It is possible, but I would not presume to know his feelings ere he voiced them explicitly. He just did. He was so obtuse. Until such time as does, we should endeavor to surreptitiously bring him around to the opinion that Gigi is a boy of pure heart and good intent. Subtlety in all things, naturally. That is the mandible way. Aha! I knew it. The mammoth immediately left the outpost and looks to have headed north along the river. But I fear I cannot wait to finally catch him in the company of heretics. I don't much like your tone, Inquisitor. But baby girl ran afoul of any heretics, she'd look them square in the eye and tell them she doesn't want any. Hey, Inspector, I think I just had one of those moments, of insight. And Vicky came out here to find Lord Cuthbert. I did tell her grandpa might like to see that trick of hers. Brilliant deduction, Ashu. We must be eager to meet his grandparents. The self-same ones he renounced when he declared you were not his father. Ha ha ha! What a fine young gentleman, eager to explore his heritage. Let us make haste, my friends, for a reunion of 3 generations of Mandervilles beckons. I really can't be bothered. Tracks continuing in the north. And more tracks in ore. Now, right in the kitchen. Okay, Julian and Godbert are throwing snowballs at one another. The mammoth is motionless in the snow, roundlets of eyes stuck to its cap, suggesting the impact of something small and round traveling at high speed. Ugh, my head. Who? Oh, it is you. You followed me. Oh, Kiki, if you wanted to have a snowball fight with your grandparents, should have said so earlier. Papa Hilda was very worried, though. He was glad to see you unharmed. It would seem they were struck by a snowball, much like these Steinbocks. He's dead, Steinbocks. Are you sure he's not isn't damaged? As if a mere blow to the head could fell our Kiki. We Mandibles are made of sterner stuff. I myself have been driven headfirst into the earth on no fewer than 24 occasions, several times from moments above, and my mind is no less brilliant for the experience. That's subject to opinion. I expect the earth was no less brilliant for the experience either. Why are you nodding? Oh, he's behind me, isn't he? What good fortune to cross paths with you lot so far from civilization. Forgive me for not taking notice earlier. I was engrossed with my duel with Julian. But how rude of me. Would you care to join us? Grandpa Godbert. Mama Nashu says you wield the powers of life and death. I beg of you, Grandpa Godbert, grant me life, make me a real boy. Oh, we're getting to a little Pinocchio thing. Pinocchio. Are you sure about this, son? It may sting a little. I will endure whatever. I must become a real boy. Oh, Godbert. Then let us begin. This body, it's everything I ever wanted. It's perfect. Thank you, Grandpa Godbert. Thank you. Oh, but I have not even begun to begin. Brygott, guard my hammer. Knives are just twirling. Yeah, I would be dizzy too. Papa Hildy, I'm a Manderville man. Gigi, my son, come to your father. Let me have a look at you. Oh no. Oh no. Papa Hildy. Gigi. That's so beautiful, I know, Dasher. So beautiful. Uh-oh. I think, uh-oh. Clothesline? Oh! Yep. Oh! Ow! Ow! Oh! Show it to us 3 times. Oh my god. Chilling's just like, yep. That brings back some memories. Bob Hildy, oh dear, who could have done such a thing? By the Fury, it's just like the base all over again, miraculously restored to its original form. Gigi, my boy, upon further consideration, I believe that this body may suit you best. It is, how shall I put this, more manageable. And much more adorable. But how can I ever be accepted as your son if I remain a mammoth? Is that what's been troubling you all this time? But why didn't you say so? He did. Amandaville is more than mere flesh and bone. He is vigor, compassion, honor, a gentleman for all seasons. Be you man or machine, it makes no difference. If they call you a mammoth, you look them in the eye and say, "Nay, I am a Mandeville mammoth." Mandeville mammoth. Mother, father, forgive us for not consulting you earlier, but circumstances forced my hand. I formally adopted Gigi as my son and ward of House Mandeville. Ye gods, I knew he was fond of the mammoth, but did you hear that, woman? Our son's gone and got himself a son. Grandpa got Bert! Grandpa got Bert! It all makes sense now. Grandpa Gobbert and Grandmama Julian. I've been waiting 8 years to hear those words. Grandpa Godbert, Grandma Julian. A few things in life are grander than becoming a grandparent, as they say. Ha 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 ha. Julian is not having it. The warrior pose. It's just got a massive skillet. Oh, this is peak. And what's so bloody grand about it? She doesn't like being old. I'll not be made grandmother so blooded to a bloody buggering mammoth. It's past time I beat some sense into my beloved boy. Bye, Julian. Have fun. Sure, take me. I've heard tales of dark nights before, but no, it couldn't be. No, I think it's something far worse. Heretical, like it's not. But rules be damned. I'm not risking my life to find out. Yeah, don't mess with Julian. She's like the fiercest of the bunch. She makes Godbert scared. They're mad, utterly mad, the whole damn lot of them. How their house could rise to such prominence I will never understand. Well, at least the mammoth seems to have overcome its existential crisis. Before today, I didn't know a mammoth could even have an existential crisis. Wait, what am I saying? It's a mammoth. Why would I care? Why should I care about what it claims to think or feel? Pure take me, their idiocy is infectious. I mustn't allow myself to fall prey to it. Follow procedure, report to the superior, one step at a time, one step at a time. Who are these three chumps? Who are those three chumpy chumpos? Right then, my superiors have been informed of the mammoth's adoption by House Mandeville, as witnessed by Houseford Tom, proceeded to take me to task for my gross mishandling of the situation. They remain convinced that the mammoth is a product of heretical machinations and have commanded me to redouble my efforts to prove this incontrovertible fact. That may prove problematic, however, as Gigi seems to have forsaken his quest to recover his memories and thrown himself wholly into his new life as a Manderville mammoth, casting about for any hint of a case alongside his doting father. In any event, though I do not share my superior's conviction, I think it's safe to say that there's something exceedingly unusual about the mammoth. You saw with your own eyes how effortlessly he restored that vase and itself to its original form. The reconstructive magics are not particularly rare, but this is unlike any I've ever seen before. And we have completed episode 2. Yeah, let's go. Episode 2 complete. See you later, Inspector. Episode 3. A gazebo to call her own. Would you stand here before me as proof that Halore smiles upon me this day? I have need of your assistance, Sultan. Before you think to run away screaming in terror, I pray you hear me out. Terror? I laugh in the face of terror. It concerns the esteemed and now missing presumed dead Knights of the Heavensward, that have returned to the capital, as since all the unpleasantness began. The grace will have heard rumors of these honored sirs walking the streets. What? 'Tis heresy most foul, I say. I mean to get to the bottom of it. But we will need all the help we can get, which means, Fury, take me, we could benefit from a certain individual's serendipity. Besides, if we don't seek him out, he's like to show up at the worst possible time anyway. At least this way it'll be on our terms. You can keep an eye on that boy. Mammoth! That's right. You must be wondering why I asked you to come. Well, You see, the inspector seemed to enjoy natural pour, so... Pray, Salome, for a moment I was afraid you'd make me beg. This may well be my last chance to prove where I work to my superiors, and if I can't to him, to force his manner. Hello, be praised. Because almost went down the wrong pipe. Because, Gigi, such behavior is unbecoming a gentleman. But why, Papa Hildy? Why is it unbecoming a gentleman? Ah, Equestria Sears, Zelda. Good morrow to you both. Are you coming as adoring fans or on business? Business. Always business, you may rest assured. Then I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, am at your service. Is it robbery, murder, tax evasion? Evasion? Wait, before we get into that, what's going on here? Much as it pains me to admit, my beloved Gigi, the apple of my eye, the fruit of my loins. Yeah, not the fruit of your loins. Attempted to deface this beloved gazebo. Naturally, as its father, it falls to me to see him return to the straight and narrow. That's not rule. I was drawing a family crest for our home. Now, Gigi, I know you're fond of this gazebo, as we are all, but it belongs to Lord Edmund. You wouldn't want to steal from Uncle Edmund, would you? I guess not. Then where is our gazebo, Papa Hildy? And does it have a warm stove with a steaming kettle, too? Okay, don't you see? We have no need for kettles or gazebos, says the gentlemen inspectors. The world is ours, so we can go whether we please, where the red fern grows or the wild rose blooms. And yet you've been sleeping in Lord Edmund's gazebo for how long? I don't care about wild roses. I want to live in a gazebo with Papa Hildy and Mama Nashu. Gazebos are quite expensive and dangerous if not domesticated. Oh, Nashu, don't ever change. Dangerous indeed, my boy, and besides, we are gentlemen inspectors, free to travel the length and breadth of Eorzea in search of a case. Is that not some more thrilling than whittling away the hours beneath the gazebo? I guess. Oh, he wants a gazebo. If it is a case you want, you need not go so far. We are currently investigating reports of individuals masquerading as Knights of the Heavens Ward. These contemptible charlatans are rumored to have tricked several hapless maidens into attending private parties for a small fee, with the promise of enjoying the companies of these great sirs. Those who were foolish enough to attend found their experiences to be so traumatizing they have refused to discuss them in detail. Needless to say, your assistance in this matter would be greatly appreciated, and for it you shall receive due compensation. Say no more, Inquisitor, say no more. I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinary, and well versed in the ways of the fairer sex. Since when? Hey, Julian. Mommy. Mother dearest. I was under the impression you had departed for Ulda. And leave my beloved boy to keep on playing at being inspector, as well as a father to a bloody bandit. Look at that, you're coming home right this instant. How can you say such things? It is my life's calling to be an inspector. And Gigi is my son. He is a Mandeville man. Gran. Grand as it is to see you, you have come at a most inopportune time. The young woman of Ishgard are in need of a champion to defend them from beads most foul. Come, Nashu, come ye. We shall demonstrate to my mother our peerless investigative skills and bring these criminals to justice. Doll's balls, he's stubborn. Probably gets it from his sorry ass of a father. I trust you'll all help me keep him out of trouble, right? Then come along. Well, that could have gone better, worse. Let's not keep them waiting. Uh-huh. Yep. It's Julian. Julian is gonna Julian. Julian will Julian. World-weary maiden. Please do not think me so foolish as to fall for their charade. From what I heard from the others, said knights bore not even the slightest resemblance to the Heaven's Ward. As if not already memorized every detail of my Sir Alphadale's face. Oh, wherever could he be? And we will do more after the ad! BRB. And we are back from the ad. Let's find out more about this case. Outsider Grace My allowance all gone to waste on those, I dare not say it. Mayhap those awful rumors are true. Mayhap I must needs accept that he now walks in Helone's halls. I demand satisfaction, swift and terrible vengeance. How dare they prey upon my lady's emotions to line up pockets of gil? If sure as Sherbert was here, he'd purge a lot of them like the festering sickness they are. Sickness must be purged! Ah, yes, a pity he too remains missing. So very much a pity. Papa Hildy, that grandma over there is staring at us. Okay, you gentlemen must be more careful with his words. First of all, you only have one grandmother. Second, this is tremendously important. Never, ever call her that, at least not yet. Promise? Yes, Father, I promise not to call Grandma Julian Grandma Julian. Greetings, milady. Oh, ain't you a charmer? And there I was thinking I might have to rip your bloody head off if you said the G word one more time. Like that, Papa Hildy? Ah, my faithful assistants. Have you gleaned any new information? No. Other than the fact that these women seem to detest the fake diets with every fiber of their being. These two women were telling me about what they'd do if they cornered Sir. This is the best you can do then? Bloody oaths and girlish fantasies? And you call yourself a Manderville man. I assure you, Mother, we're just only getting started. The tapestry of lies and deception behind the truth of laws is oft unraveled with the tuck of a single loose thread. I say, young lady, I would beg but a moment of your time. Somehow I doubt that young lady was targeted by the charlatans we seek. It is true, I too was taken in by false promises of those awful, awful men. Long have I yearned to a chance to meet Sir Valgoyne. So when they said I finally could, I couldn't hesitate even for a moment. When they escorted me to the manor and unhid the blindfold, I looked upon the hideous faces of these so-called grand sirs. I screamed and fled. They were gone when I returned with the watch, but their neighbors said they had overheard them speaking about seeking shelter in a place called Idleshire. I know it's not much, but I pray this information helps you in your search. Mother, I swear to you here and now, I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall not rest until these dastardly fiends are punished for their foul crimes. Huzzah! 3 cheers for our Papa Hildy! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! And there you have it. Our quarry can be found in Idleshire. Come, my loyal assistants. Justice awaits for no gentleman. That's all well and good, but I've never heard of this Idleshire, have you? Yeah. You mean to travel to the Javanian hinterlands? Right now, just like that. Yeah, why not? It's Idleshire. Idleshire is cool. And it's full of quests. It's full of quests. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Truly, this magnificent settlement is a testament to the hard work and camaraderie of our Uplander and lobby citizens. Yes, well, I'm just glad we're no longer being pursued by fire-breathing dragons, musket-wielding crabs, and bomb-throwing goblins. You know, the other ones. But they were no match for Lady Julian and that pan of hers, am I right? I want to see her make the bad gobbies fly again. God's sakes, Holy. Except if Zelda, this lot would be dead in a ditch somewhere if it weren't for me. Nonsense. I would never have let any harm come to my loyal assistants or my beloved son. If I may interject. Now then, let us split up and question the good people of Idleshire. My keen Inspector Sense tells me that one of them has knowledge of the false knights we seek. Loudjocks, what do you know? Yes, Loudjocks knows of grand sirs, sneaky uplanders keep to selves, mingle not with gobby flock, but each to own, Loudjock says, no questions, only jiggly shine. So they're saying their coin is good, got it. Oh, I know about the Grand sirs. They keep to themselves in that building of theirs, south of the round spot. You best watch out, though. They're a dangerous bunch. Liable to kill you for looking at them cockeyed. It's entirely possible that I've gone completely and utterly mad, but are you perchance the long-lost twin sister of an Ishgardian noblewoman? What? I find you a three-headed goo-goo. I never feel like I've not seen the last of that old woman. Gamelina. Oh, you must be talking about them Grand Sirs. They drifted into Idleshire some time ago. As I recall, pay visits the Great Library. Though I couldn't tell you why. Great Library, you say? We only have the testimony of a concerned citizen, which can conveniently direct us to the villain's precise location. I know. Grand sirs are holed up in a building to the south of the markets. Good show, Zelda. There, that's the one. Come, let us warn the others. It would seem that no one is home. There's naught we can do but wait then. Papa Hildy, I just want to say that I really like this place. I think you and me and Mama Nashu could have lots of exciting adventures if we stay here. You may be right, Gigi. This community seems to have fostered an enlightened free society, welcoming of honest souls willing to work and contribute to the greater whole. Did anyone happen to see a gazebo on the way in? As long as I live in Hildibrand, really, or Maximilian Vanderbilt. Could it be? Could that be Slowfix's coin toss? Do you know this gobby, Inspector? I most certainly do. Why, Master Slowfix was my very first employer. When traveling through Danland long ago, Gobby Flock was waylaid by uplanded bandits. With no shingly shine to pay brass blades, we had no way to take goods. Until we make busy deal with gentleman uplander, that is. With badness he finds uplander bandits and brings much bangy boom. He returns to goodly gobbies missing goods in great justice. Henceforth Slowfix gains new appreciation for uplanders. But for a since encounter with gentleman uplander, he never conceives of egalitarian utopia. One may even claim Hildy a founding father of Ilshire, with metaphorical tongue flaps, that is. Ha ha ha! Oh, the memories! That was a near thing, for the bandits were clever enough to see through my ingenious disguise as an innocent milkmaid. But in my haste to escape, I tripped over a barrel of fire sand, and as they say, boom, gobby, boom, boom, gobby, doom. God, no busy deals for the wicked. No busy deals indeed. But leaving that delightful anecdote aside, you gods, Mr. Slowfix, just looking at what you and your flock have made of these ruins is making me big eyes. Gobbleflock has come a long way since wandering days, but the non-forgotten gentleman uplander's kindness, Slowfix is here to offer a hand lending. Well, far be it from me to refuse. My son Gigi has grown quite fond of your magnificent city, and I should like to stay here with him and my assistant for a time. You will not require much in the way of accommodations. A humble gazebo, for example, would be more than suffice. Why settle for a gazebo in perfectly good estate right behind you? Residents are building in arrears, and Slowfix happy to evict them. But will we pursue the fiends who live here on suspicion of defrauding young women? Fraud? In Slowfix egalitarian utopia? This we will not abide. All the more reason will that gentleman uplander and his flock stay instead of grand sirs. No need for jiggly shine either. Huzzah! A giant gazebo to call our own. Huzzah! I do not know what to say. Thank you, Master Slowfix, thank you. No need for teary-eyed tongue flops. Gobbleflock is possessed of moral obligation to repay gentlemen uplander for past generosity. Enjoy new gazebo, and good luck with the hunt for grand sirs. Papa Hildy, since this is our gazebo, is it okay if I draw our family crest on it? I think I know a better way to celebrate this joyous occasion, and perhaps draw the ire of our new home's former tenants. Come, let us go and purchase some paints together, and this gazebo shall be our canvas. Your canvas. Now he's gone and got himself a son gazebo. Bloody hell, as if he really thinks I'm going to let him keep on playing and being a father. Oh, Julian. Your son's eccentric. Let him be. And yes, this is canon. After this quest, you'll see this in Hildibrand whenever you come here. Still no time of the notorious Grand Sirs. I dare say we're going to need more paint. Indeed, more paint, more paint. And that is... No. We got one more in this chapter. Yep, This will be here forever. Don't trust anyone over 60. Oh, as much as it pains me to admit it, a gentleman's sentiment is not without its limits. I just say I could do with a spot of tea. Inspector, it's just me, or have those two been looking at us for the past few minutes? I think they are. Oh, 'tis quite normal behavior for my adoring fans, I should think. When finally presented with an opportunity to meet their idol in the flesh, all too many succumb to their fear and flee. Or maybe, just maybe, they're the grand bloody sirs. Come on, they're getting away. Dun dun da da da. Dun 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 da da da. Dun dun da da da. Got the western gate. The western gate. Hi, quick locks. Bye, quick locks. We're moving through Hildibrand faster than I thought we would. Of course, it is quite a bit shorter than ARR Hildibrand was, so I guess that's to be expected. Hearken to me, you dastardly rapscallions, you have nowhere to run. Reveal yourselves at once. I shall not ask you again. Come forth, grand sirs. Name yourselves and answer for your misdeeds. Oh, the epic music, huh? Slayer of 1,000 worms, the silver spear which had pierced the very heavens. Orla! Master of magics, ancient and awesome, the divine hand which has defeated all maladies, save sentience and incontinence. Good spot! Grand Sirs Excelsior! Oh God. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. May have both. Grandsires, Grandsirs, you stand accused of willfully and unlawfully convincing young maidens of Ishtar to attend private parties under false pretenses, thereby inflicting upon them terrible financial and emotional distress. I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinary, I am come on behalf of these poor defenseless innocents, and to see that no others are made to suffer as they did. Now lay down your arms and surrender yourselves into my custody. Ha! The audacity of this boy! You should be ashamed of your words and deeds. You will rue this day and rue it hard. God's how I missed this. The air streaming past, the blood pumping, the case of copper on my lips, a slight dizziness. It was on a day like this that we met, wasn't it? We soared into those azure skies we never truly came back down. Do mine eyes deceive? Pixie of my heart, descended from Alone's halls to guide me to her bosom. My beloved, my everything, long have I waited for this moment. Take me in your arms once more and lift me higher, higher, higher. Higher, higher, higher. Orland, Orland, Orland. Good Hildy. Alas, poor Orland, I knew him not in the slightest, but it seemed a decent man, chicanery and attempted murder notwithstanding. You will rue this day and rue it hard. What he saw versus what we saw. Yep. It's Hildy. Wait, I've seen this before, all too recently. Yes, anyway, he's only mostly dead. If the master of magic's ancient and awesome were here, acts with all haste, the man may yet be saved. Well, we're talking about you, sir. Oh, you're referring to me. I see, I see. Well, was it? Yes, yes, I will get right on that. O mournful force of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall, to command that I might fight. Wait, that's no good. Let me see. Something of a less controversial tradition. Yes, something with more pep. A vortex of biting wings to rend the flesh. And smite my foes. Oh God, that could not feel good. Foes? I thought you were friends. Saint minute, bugger me with a bleeding cable. My back. Grr. See, man, I've underestimated you lot. It makes two of us. Enough, leave him be, or do not care what becomes of the mammoths. And we do not want the spam. Enough, live and be, or do you care or not? Or do you not care what comes of the mammoth? Gigi? But when? How? Hello? I thought I recognized you. First in Ishgard, then in Idleshire. You've been following us since we left the capital. Barrow faces fair and fearsome, the midnight shadow which had deceived kings and queens. Doris! You can't possibly have been so naive as to think we'd not see through your ridiculous disguises. And yet here you are, so effortlessly and easily lured into our trap, for which we are most grateful. Mine and my companions are hardly cut for life out on the road. All has been in preparation for this month. The parties, the petty schemes. From the first, the objective of this grand design has been this singular mammoth. I swear to you, if you harm Gigi in any way, we have no desire to hurt the boy, but require his help to reclaim that which is rightfully ours, our youth. Confound it, I can't see. Damn, they're slowly getting away. Papa Hildy! Gigi! So strong, my son, I swear I shall find you. While they're very, very slowly running away, which we could, like, totally catch them if we wanted to. Thought struck me down for a fool, so desperate was I to seize the grand sirs that I followed to discern their true intent before it was too late. And now poor Gigi is in her clutches. What if I never see my beloved son again? I suppose we ought to be prepared for the worst. They could be halfway to Rosenheim by now. I very much doubt that, given they were moving at Adamantoise's pace. Little milksop's right. Let's get after the old buggers. Huh? That's what my mentor used to call me, among other things. Oh, the memories. Take me to church. I'll worship like a dog at the shrine of your life. I'll tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife. God, let me give you my life. So it seems that the Grand Sirs have been caught once more by the very inspector that was trying to catch them. How ironic. Also, how premature. We have them, yes, but they still have Gigi. Damn it. There only some manner of opportunity wouldn't present itself. Ask and you shall receive. We can ambush that wizened dragoon, take him hostage, and demand an exchange. Inquisitor Seer, you disappoint me. A gentleman cannot condone the violent kidnapping and ransom of his elders. No, we shall approach this problem as paragons of honor and virtue. Yeah, we steal his armor. Zelda, I will stalk and subdue the Grand Sir, then relieve him of his armor. How is stripping an old man naked more gentlemanly than taking him hostage? Rest assured, I shall reveal soon enough. Godspeed, Zelda. Okay. Well, we're doing this, I guess. Mosian's Arboretum. Ah, I knew you'd. Wait, you. Who are you again? There's something awfully familiar about those muscular forearms, that strong yet tender looking fingers. I say, could you be so kind as to massage my shoulders, young lady? There's this lingering ache, this tension that God's part can seem to soothe with his magics. Remove my breastplate? Oh, of course. How silly me. Pray lend me a hand with the straps. It's gonna work. Truly, young lady, you are a saint. I swear, it's the little things that you begin to appreciate. My dear departed wife used to help me with my armor, you know. Right. I should be seated to better receive your tender ministrations. Yes, the plan is working, chat. Ah, the healing tingle. Would that I had a tincture of salamander with which to treat these aches. My little pigs and he used to treat some on my spread some on my chest and under my nose to help me sleep through the night. Come, do not be shy. Work those soothing fingers into each and every knot. Slowly, make me forget my troubles. Harder, harder, higher, higher. Close your eyes and dream, snore. The old dragoon's soft snoring suddenly stops, and you begin to fear you may have borne witness to its vital moments. Letting closer, you extend a hesitant finger, only to stop short when a sudden spasm signals the resumption of his labored breathing. Yep, he fell asleep. And we took all his armor. The utmost care removal and sabatons and breaches, leaving the sleeping old man exposed to the elements and at the mercy of the nearby ravenous bears and tentacle morbals. May he rest in peace. Yes. Well, we got another ad incoming, so I will go ahead and run it, and we will continue with Don't Trust Anyone Over 60 after the break. BRB. And we are back. Got the armor. Let's talk to Hildibrand. Ah, my stalwart assistant, by your return, I gather you have taken care of the dragoon. And by taking care of me, I afford him all due courtesy as befitting a man of his years, whilst returning with the equipment I require. His armor and his sabatons. Capital. Then, without further ado, I shall disguise myself as Orland and free Kiki from captivity. But you two look nothing alike. They may be old and slow, but they're not blind. Oh, you little face, you're in for a treat, for you shall have a front row seat to this magnificent display of Mandervillian guile and subterfuge. Hey, is it time for dinner yet? Yes, it's time for dinner. We just ate, you daft bugger. Where the hell's this Orland? I know he's got to take a piss every hour, but damn it, could at least be quick about it. Greetings, phantom antediluvians, I have returned. Bollocks. It's about time. Okay, no, that's bollocks. Pack up your things. I want us back on the road in 10 minutes. Before we do that, we must first release young Gigi here. Just behavior. I'm becoming a gentleman to keep children in cages. What the seven hells are you blathering about? He's going to get away. No, he will not see. I'm still here, within my care. Right then, on a completely unrelated note, I shall take the boy with me on a brief sojourn into the wilderness. Hurry, take me, it's working. He's about to walk out of there with Geeky, and they won't even try to stop him. So far, so good. I'm cold, and they're mobiles after me. I'm me. But you're also me. That can't be unless... This is it. This is the moment when my life flashes before my eyes. Oh, my dearest Pixie. We'll be together at last. imposter! How dare you attempt to trick me with a ruse so hackneyed it would make the minstrel blush? Gods, I never realized dying could hurt so much. Now's our chance, Gigi. Come with me. Oh, gods. This is just too good. Mimi, wait! My son, what's gotten into you? Vivi, Vivi, where have I heard that name before? Remember who you are, Vivi. What you are, a creation of the great Charlene Archmagus Quan. I was given life by Grandpa Quan. I remember now. We lived together, and he taught me many things about the outside world. What exactly do you remember, my son? Everything. Yes, everything. I remember that Grandpa Quan created me, that he took care of me, raised me, and that he were very happy. But then he abandoned me. Grandpa Quan abandoned me. He believed you were flawed, Vivi. You lacked the power to turn back the hands of time and make him young again. And so in his ignorance, he cast you out and died all alone. Aww. Turn back the hands of time. Will witness the enclosure with the Duke's priceless face. The power could be brought to bear on people. But wait, how do you know all this? You couldn't have possibly been associated with this Archmagus Quan. We found his journals during one of our many trips into the Great Library. Scavenging for valuable relics is one of the few ways we have left to make a living. We were famed heroes in the war in our prime, with fortunes to match, but no soldier has the strength to triumph over time, and before we knew it, the hour of the sheath was upon us. This guard no longer had need of our services. And so we came here to eke out a living, to keep doing what we do best. Till our bodies wouldn't let us. Imagine our surprise when we stumbled upon the opportunity of a lifetime. A second lifetime, as it were. A mammoth with the power to take that which was broken and restore it to its prime state. Come back time with its temporal magics and give us back our misspent youth. Fury, take me. This is also... I don't even know if there's a precedent to determine whether or not this constitutes heresy. Heresy! We know where to look. Even with the journals, we determined that the mammoth was somewhere in the Western Highlands. A chance for a second chance was within reach, and then we were forced to watch as you, imbeciles, pulled Vivi from the snow, nearly ruining everything. Vivi, listen to me. Come with us, and we can help you unlock your true potential. Just think what you could accomplish were you to master your magics. Not only can you make us young again, but you may even have the power to restore life to Archmagus Quan. Vivi. Impossible. No magic can truly return the dead to us. At best, you could animate a corpse, and I need not review the precepts to declare that the products of necromancy are abominations in the eyes of the Fury. Okay, wait, what of our adventures, and what of our gazebo? You are a Manderville mammoth. You have always been so kind to me, Papa Hildy, and I will forever be grateful for that. But Grandpa Quan made me. He made me, and I miss him. So even if it fails, I have to try. What are you doing? They're getting away. We have to stop them. Mayhap, we must respect Gigi's decision. So that's the end of that chapter, eh? You're giving up and coming back home. I too made a decision long ago to become a traveling inspector, and I have never stood by it. Mayhap it is from this singular stubbornness of mine that Gigi took inspiration. Nay, I cannot abide it. He is my flesh and blood, my son. I dare not let him use his temporal magics to pervert the natural order. It falls for me, his father, to ensure that Gigi keeps to the righteous path, and only utilizes traditional methods of zombification to raise the dead. Inquisitor Seer, I must applaud your dedication to your work, and cannot thank you enough for all you've done on behalf. But I fear if we continue as we are, you may be driven to rash action. Therefore, I would ask that you suspend your pursuit of the Grand Service for a time, and that I might be afforded the opportunity to convince my son to return peacefully. The thing is that how we can only guess the full extent of Gigi's powers. It might prove dangerous to act aggressively should he choose to use them. I knew you would understand. All right then. There is no time to waste. Nashi, let us retire to our new gazebo to discuss our plans. I suppose it would have been a shame if you'd given up that easily, though that means I'll have to stick around even longer. On the other hand, if that bloody mammoth's really got the power to make them young again, then heh. I said I'd suspend my pursuit, and I will, but that doesn't mean I won't continue my investigation in that man and its powers and in his garden. To Ishgard. To Ishgard. I see you saw fit to return to the capital as well. The Inquisition has a rather large collection of heretical tomes, including many of Charlian origin, and I had in mind to scour them for information on temporal magics. This is, of course, all for the sake of confirming the amendment to heretical origins. Yes, only that. Why are you looking at me like that? It is if to imply that my interest in these matters is more than a professional one. I'm sure I don't know what you're not talking about. Thank you, Zelda. That'll be all. And that's the end of chapter 3. Let's go. Exit cutscene. Dun 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 dun. Hildibrand Mandeville. Nashu. Seer. Julian. Liggy. The Great Princess. See you later, Inspector. The Proud and the Pointy-Eyed. And chapter 4. Last chapter of Heaven's Word Hildibrand. We need to speak, Zelda. I've been scouring the archives for any information regarding temporal magics since we last spoke. The results have been rather troubling, to say the least. As you may or may not be aware, ancient Alec was portrayed as the Inquisitor. As portrayed in Hildibrand is a cautionary tale, a great empire brought low by vanity and hubris. However, there are certain apocryphal texts in which the Allegans are cast in a more sympathetic light, and are not right exalted. 'Twas in these texts that I found references to temporal magics once wielded by Alecan mages. Said magics could be used to halt or even reverse the temporal state of a given object. If these accounts are to be believed, and if Gigi's abilities in these magics are one and the same, then it may well be possible for him to turn back the hands of time for the Grand Service, much as he restored the Duke's priceless vase. That being said, there's no telling how this will work with regards to living being. Consider, if you will, that the base was filled with water when it shattered. Even if the vessel were restored, what would become of its former contents? Would it be filled with water as before, the very same, every drop returned, or would it be different water? Or would the water once split be forever lost? I speak of the soul, my friend, for even if one could use his magic to restore the dead to life, would they be as they were before, with all the same thoughts and memories and feelings? Good question. The grand sirs are convinced that they can regain their lost youth, and now they can, but the dead who have entered into Halone's halls cannot return. They cannot. Yet Gigi is nevertheless resolved to try and resurrect Archmagus Quan. Speaking of which, according to some Charlian texts in the archives, Archmagus Quan was an accomplished scholar known for his study of ancient Allegan magics. Further evidence that Gigi's abilities were likely derived from ancient traditions, I suppose. But more importantly, I learned the location of the Archmagus' former residence. Mayhap we could find something of interest there, something of which could help us persuade Gigi to change his course. I had a mind to summon Inspector Hildibrand and make a journey there together. Would you be willing to join us? Sure. Excellent. Then let us be about our business. I saw you, heretic! Beg your pardon? You're accusing me of being a heretic? Yes, you Inquisitor here. I saw you sneak into the archives and seek out the forbidden tomes. I saw the mad light in your eyes as you partook of their forbidden knowledge. Oh, for the love of... I did all that for my investigation. Aha! You admit your crimes. That you did secretly, without permission, and blatant contravention of our rules, read forbidden tomes, and by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine. You stupid ignorant. Are you also desperate to keep your goddamn jobs and you'll go around accusing all the world and his wife of heresy? Is that what we've been reduced to? I'm sick and tired of looking for heretics in every bloody shadow. We're trying to guess the secret sins of everyone I meet. It's stupid, pointless, and we're better than that, damn it. We're better than that. If you will not surrender yourself, then I have no choice but to inform my superiors. Bye. Well, that all came tumbling out about, didn't it? I suppose there's no point in trying to convince myself that I have a personal investment in this matter, or that I still have a professional one. Somewhere along the way, I stopped looking for the guilty and started looking for the truth, perhaps, and a way to help those in need. But there's no place for people like that in the Inquisition, is there? It's only a matter of time before that stuttering fool comes back with an armed guard. Let's depart for Idyllshire at once. We need to find the inspector. Yes. Find the inspector. Oh, my back. My back. Hi, Scarsis. Ooh, nice. Good work. How you doing today? Good. We're working on the last chapter of Heaven's Word of Hildy, and then once we're done with that, we'll start unlocking some non-dungeon, long download with slow internet. Oof. That's rough. But we're on the first of the last chapter of Heavensward Hildy, and then we're gonna get some non-dungeon, non-raid, non-raid side quests done. Kind of get some unlocks like the challenge, like the logs and stuff. It would seem we arrived too late. Inspector Hildibrand has already gone off on his own to confront the Grand Surge. Oh, ouch! That is slow. Oh, well, by today's standards, I remember when we were on like 256K modems back when I was like 12. 10 megabits per second would have seemed like blistering fast back then. Good thing we arrived too late. Inspector Hildibrand has already gone off to his own to confront the Grand Sirs. We came back briefly to trade Jigglyshine for supplies and whatnot, you see, and Gobby's ear caught them trading Tumplex about killing dragons in the Forelands. Oh, yeah, I could imagine. Uh, the past is not always as grand as we remember it, huh? When the inspector learned about it later, he said he had to get after them right away and backtake Giggy. He said he had a duty, not as an inspector, but as a father. Bugger that, he's got no obligations to a bloody mammoth, especially one that chose to leave it of his own free will, as I recall. I swear, I turn my back on that boy for one bleeding second and he loses his goddamn mind. I'm afraid he might try to do something reckless. Don't you think we should try to find him and offer hand-cleaning? I'm rather more concerned about what will happen to the Grand Sir's attack, or worse, killing your Bracebooker's food. But first things first, I suppose. Zelda, would you be so kind to assist Mr. Snowshoe and Julian in their search for the inspector? I will pay a visit to Archmagus Quan's abandoned abode in the meantime. Oh, before you think to refuse, know that you do not fear for my safety. Let us just say that our singular experiences together have inured me to the harsh realities of, well, reality. Huh? Could it be the scrawny little shites finally found his spine? I love Julian. Let's start by heading to Tailfeather. I reckon the inspector probably went there first to ask after the Grand Sirs. So if we do the same, we're sure to catch up with him eventually. Alright, to Tailfeather. Which reminds me, I do have a quest that I missed in this zone. We'll get it after we do Hildy, though. Right then, I say we split up and make inquiries separately. If you learn anything about the inspector or the Grand Sirs, come and tell me. Okay. Uh, the Forelands' music is so peaceful. There's guardians with the mammoth. They were here, I plan claiming to all and sundry that they are going to slay the greatest dragon of them all. The gods only know the night fools was serious. Oh, those daft sods, they were for FFXIV. Not quite sure what their intentions were. They're awfully confident, that much I recall. And my friend, which is AFK. Too bad. The Dragon Slayer's an amendment. I'd call you a mummer if I hadn't seen them come through earlier, boasting about how they were off to kill the biggest one yet. They're after race over. Either that or, a bit off near. There it is. There's not shoot. Oh, not shoot. Oh, I see. So the Grand Sirs are headed for FFXIV. And my dear boy wasn't far behind them either. What are we waiting for? Let's go, let's go. We're going to FFXIV. Yeah, I'll take my mount. Dun, dun, dun. Orland. Poor unfortunate soul bears a striking resemblance to Orland's, quite firmly embedded in the earth. Would you look at that? The inspector sure gave him what for. It may be, but where'd the other two get to? Not to mention the mammoth. Why don't we pull him out and ask? No, having said that, it looks easier said than done. Oh, how silly of me. I'm sure you've got more than enough strength to yank him free, right, Zelda? Yep. It's actually Hildy. Well, I'll be. He's wearing some sort of magic mask that makes him look like, just like the inspector. Just like the man of thousand faces back in Ulda. No, that's Hildibrand, alright. There's no fool in a mother's eyes. I say, what trouble has my beloved son gotten himself into this time? Why, hello there, Lord Goblin, Inspector Sear. How'd you two end up traveling together? Blind fortune, you might say. I was too far from Telfeather when night began to fall, but fortunately Lord Goblin chanced to find me wandering in the wilderness. Lord Edmund told me all about this recent trouble with the Grand Sirs, as well as Hildy's investigation, and a father cannot help but take an interest in his son's affairs, can he? As for me, I was eager to share with you my latest findings, namely Archimagus Quan's research notes. And I haven't slept like that since I was buried in the Lich Shard. Well, I must confess a small measure of embarrassment to found in such a state. I've been so unceremoniously disposed by the Grand Sirs. We'll finish this after the ad. BRB. And we're back from the ad. Let's finish the quest. Well, I must confess no small measure of embarrassment if found in such a state, having been so unceremoniously disposed of by the Grand Sirs. But ignominy notwithstanding, I'm most grateful for your succor. I'm pleasantly surprised to be reunited with you all. Yay! This wouldn't have happened if you had waited for us instead of... Wait, why the hell are you still wearing that rubbish? An impenetrable disguise is essential when it's consorting with the criminal elements. The last it would seem the Grand Sirs have grown more perceptive in their newfound youth. Wait, do you mean they've already regained their youth? What about Gigi? Did you see him? Was he behaving strangely? Would you mention it? His warm, soulful eyes were rather more pointy than I remember. With a fury, not pointy. According to Archmage Quan's notes, that's a sign of Gigi's using too much magic. If he carries on like this, his ether will be expended and he'll end up not more than an empty husk. This is terrible news. Must cast up to the Grand Sirs at once. Do you know where they were headed? All I heard was they were keen to slay dragons. They were bound for the Churning Mists, a place called Zenith, to kill a great worm named Nidhogg. Really? That all happened? Huh. I meant the other one, Racewalker. Racewalker, fear take me. What could they possibly hope to achieve? Huh? And the last quest of Hildibrand for Heaven's Ward. Let's go. And we'll get the Geeky Minion. Yes. Black Mage. Black Mages. Final Fantasy 9. Woohoo, let's go. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby ask you all to aid me in rescuing my son and putting a stop to the Grand Sirs' machinations. You know, there's really no need for all that. We came because we wanted to help. I, Nashu, faithful assistant, maker of explosives extraordinaire, do hereby present you with this fresh change of clothing. Capital! I knew I could count on you, Nashu. I shall change en route. Come, my friends, to Zenith and to Gigi. To Zenith! Yay, to Zenith! Yay! Make ready, my friends. The final battle with the Grand Sirs is at hand. It would seem my wounds are more serious than I thought. After I am in no condition to confront our foes. There's one thing that could restore me to my former indomitable self. Don't you worry, I've got some salamander oil right here. So Mummy give her baby boy a massage. Oh, my dearest Mummy, Mother dearest, I would not impose upon you, nor not when my ever loyal associate Zelda stands ready to minister to my muscles. Don't tell me you're embarrassed. Let Mummy take care of little Hilda's hairs. Like your wife, I know you mean well, but let Zelda handle it. I can personally testify to the healing talents of her strong yet tender fingers. Isn't the way of it? I'm counting on you, Zelda. Let us brook no further delay. Come, my friend. Coat my body in oil as you have done many times before. Uh-huh. I'm sorry, Hildy, but why do you hesitate? Have we not done this time and again? Oil me up, woman. If I have to. You're not quite my type there, Hildy. Oh, how it soothes my aches and pains. Quickly now. Knead it into my flesh. Knead it as I've ever needed before. Such furious kneading. I applaud your enthusiasm, but mayhap I urge you to exact the course. Nay, you are right. Already the gentle warmth begins to spread throughout my body. The fires of righteousness burn anew in my breast. Hold, my son. Though your passion is renewed, you may yet be spurred to greater feats of Mandervillian strength. Derived from the purest essence of salamanders, the ancient legacy of House Manderville. Salmanderville. To you, my beloved son, now become a proud father, I bequeath this sacred oil of oils. Some Salmanderville. Could it be that the legends were true? Your muscles shall shine the brilliance of 1,000 suns. No mortal man will have the power to do you harm. Verily it is so, for by its grace did I once weather the slings and arrows of a bandit horde, and bring my hammer of justice to bear upon their wicked deeds. The time has come, Zelda. Take this oil and help Hilda become the Manderville man he was meant to be. I'm ready for my violent oiling, Zelda. Oh, the Salmanderville who floats in every nook and cranny. Quickly now, lay your hands upon me, and smite me with all your might. Yes, that's the spirit. I feel the building and rising. Such passion, such fervor. I'm the inferno unbound, the tempest unleashed, but I have not yet begun to pose. I am Mandeville Man! Aha! The Salmanderville is my word. I never felt so alive. Such vibrant colors, such intense sounds, such fragrant smells. Mother, Father, Zelda, 'twas your oils and your strong yet tender fingers which reopened my eyes to the glory of creation. I'm a gentleman inspector reborn. Onward to zenith, no matter the laws of nature they pervert or the limits they break, the grand sirs can do naught but stop me. Yeah. Let's go. We're so serious. Like, this is like doing battle with the epicness of epicness. Yeah. Uh-huh. Of course, you get the Ishgard theme. Grand sirs, I've come for my son. Oh, must we do this now? We have a dragon to slay. There's no need for any of this. The war is over. But not for long. The worm's death will give rise to a new era of fire and blood, and we, having consumed his eyes, will use our new powers to win untold glory on the battlefield. Our legends will echo in eternity. You would doom countless innocents for glory? No, I won't allow it. Over my dead body. Far be it from us to deny you, then this is the end for you. The ultimate end. Come on, Hildy, you got this. Uh-huh. Come on, Hildy, you got this. You've survived worse. Come on, Hildy. Come on, Hildy. Our face, my love. He is our son. Kiki, my beautiful boy, pray do not look on me with such pointy eyes. Let Papa Hildy take you home to our gazebo. Stop calling me that. My name is Vivi. Vivi, I remember everything. My powers, my purpose, my Grandpa Quan. I made them young again, but it is not enough. I need more. More, I need more. The worm's eyes, and then I can finally bring him back. I'm sorry, Gigi, but no, you cannot. Grandpa Quan is gone. That's right, Gigi. Nap, you could restore his corporeal form and breathe life into it, but his soul, what made him your grandpa, is forever beyond your reach. That is not true. I can restore anything to its ideal form, to the way it should be. Even Grandpa Quan, even you, Papa Hildy. Please, Gigi, you have to stop. If you keep using your power, you'll die. And of course, that's his true form. I don't understand. Your clothes are still dirty and tattered. Yay! As there should be, for my every waking moment is as the gods intended. Every day I live my life. I live life to the fullest. Every day I enjoy grand adventures. I found your grandpa's research notes. What he gave you wasn't the power to make things the way they were. He gave you the power to change the world, to make things the way you yourself believe they should be. That's why your magics have no effect on the Inspector, because you know in your heart that this battered and bruised form of his is, in its own way, right. My thoughts exactly, Inquisitor Seer, and for the self-same reason that you were unable to make Grandmaster Quan younger. In your heart you knew there was naught that needed to be changed. Your beloved grandpa was exactly as he should be. Your every day was to be treasured and worthy of celebration. Then what about the grandsires? Why was I able to make them young again? All you truly knew of them were the stories they told, the wondrous tales of daring do by heroes in the prime of their lives. It's no wonder you were able to envision them as such. That's all they ever talked about when they were young and free and full of fire. At first, Archmage Quan didn't understand the true nature of your abilities. He struggled to deduce why you could not make him younger as he originally intended. Eventually, he realized that your fond memories of him were preventing you from conceiving of him as anything other than an elderly creator. And the only way to achieve this goal would be to take them from you. But you were all he had left in the world, no longer a mere mammoth, but a friend, family, his only family, his grandson. He couldn't bear to lose you, so he renounced his quest for immortality. But I still lost my memories in the end. He was afraid of leaving you all alone in the world, afraid that others would attempt to take advantage of you and your magics. So before he died, he decided to take your memories from you after all, to protect you. But despite his best efforts, something remains, something stronger, more powerful, and more resilient than anything Archmage Quan ever dared dream. You were never broken, Gigi. You were never abandoned. All he wanted was to set you free. Free? Free to do what? Whatever you like, Gigi. Don't you see? That was his final gift to you. A new life, a new story all your own. This has all been very touching, but we're not getting any younger. Well, you aren't at any rate. Whips up here meddling long enough. I intended to use this trap to kill the worm, but since you were so perfectly positioned... How dare you destroy Racebooger's home, you churlish little shites. Yes, let's go. Come on. Yeah, come on, Gigi. Do your thing. I am BB, grandson of Archmagus Quan and Gigi, son of Hildibrand Elior Maximilian Manderville. And this is my story. Oh, I stopped it from the tower from falling over. They're back to being old again. Excellent work, Vivi. Excellent work. Of course, that's the way Godbert should be. And Julian is like, she should be. And Hildy, of course, is as he should be. Hey. It's like it never happened. With the last of his strength, he turned back the hands of time. Not just for the pillars, but for us all. He made us into all as we once were, as we were meant to be. After all that gallivanting about and I get bugger all, what about my misfit youth? I was not meant to be this bloody old. Ha 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 ha, such a fine day. Never have I squatted with such perfect form. I may well have reached my physical peak. Ha, what rot. At your age, you daft sod, you look foolish. You should be grateful Kiki saw that you had what you had become and you would give you a second chance. That was our second chance to relive our glory days. It was rather silly, though, wasn't it? Maybe Quan had the right of it. Maybe it's not so bad growing old. I was a coward when I was young, but now that I'm old, I'm not afraid to say things like, I love you, Doris. Gasp! You're a blind bloody fool, Gonspart. Wake up, Hildy. It's morning. I say, am I dead again? No, Hildy. You're not. Quite alive, Inspector, along with everyone else, thanks to Gigi. The Grand Stairs are also in our custody. Yay! Ha ha ha, that's my boy. Where's the little tyke anyway? He spent all of his aether. Kiki embarked on a brand new adventure. He's no longer with us. Oh. Let's see. Well, that's what he wanted then. But I could not be happy for him. I'm sure Archmagus Quan would feel the same way. What do we do now, Inspector? Why would we do every night, Pinky? Try to take over the world. Is it not obvious, Nashu? The wide world beckons to us, with promise of mystery and wonder. We shall resume our never-ending quest for cases perplexing and profound. Perhaps one day we shall meet young Gigi again. Yeah, let's go. Hildibrand Maximilian Mandeville. Hate to admit it, but this whole mess got me thinking that maybe it wouldn't be so bad if I really did have a grandson. You did right by Gigi, Hildy. Your father and I can see that. We're proud of the man you become. And I'm proud of you too, Mother, for coming to terms with the ephemeral nature of physical beauty and allowing yourself to age gracefully. Oh, that was not the thing to say. Yeah, gracefully, was it? Bye, Hildy. See you in Storeblood. I feel we may have had a failure to communicate. She smacked him into Heaven's Word, or Stormblood. Yep, smack him into Stormblood. Go, Julian, go. There he goes again. Wait for me, Inspector. Wait. Amazing. Yep. The warrior culinarian. Hark! What is this curious light I spy in the far eastern skies? And this oh so familiar scent which fills my nostrils. Do I smell a case? Wait not for me, my friends, for wherever the raw and want for succor, I, Hildibrand, shall be there till we meet again. Yay! I say, do you know how long how long do you say, I say, you do know how long that, you do know that so long as the core remains intact, little Kiki is not actually dead. That's right. So dry your tears, boy. There's no need for all this moping about. He has fallen into a dormant state because he used up all his ether. His core will gradually recharge as it draws upon the ambient ether. In time, he will awake you from this torpor. I shall tend to the child for now. Yay! As for these three, I should be glad to take them back to Ishgard in your stead. It was Jennifer's software, my lord, but hardly necessary. After all, 'tis my duty to bring them to justice. Oh, yes, it was my duty. After everything I said to that young inquisitor, I can't go back to Ishgard. They'll toss me in jail and throw away the key if they don't kill me outright. So go to Ilshire and live in Hildy's gazebo. Someone ought to look after it while he's away, no? That doesn't sound all that bad, actually. Well, glad I might accept your offer. Yeah. Let's go. I suppose there's nothing for it but to wait until he comes back down. That's a most graceful strike, my love. You haven't lost your touch. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, let's go. Hildibrand. So good. So good. Yeah! Hildy is Hildy. I suppose there's nothing for it but to lead the Grand Sirs to Lord Godbert and for me to see into Inspector Hildibrand's gazebo. I'd like to inspect you. Thank you for everything you've done. If you find yourself in Idleshire, come and see me. There's a few arrangements I need to make, but I can't imagine it will take that long for me to settle in. Thank you, my friend, until we meet again. And to Idleshire. I ran past it. Looking back on the course I've run, it's hard not to think of the man I was and to feel ashamed. If I took on this case, I'd only left the capital a handful of times. The rubbish I believed, the facts I considered unassailable, really taking me what a fool I was. If I hadn't met you and the inspector and Guy, I would have never realized how much I had come to hate my job, nor would I have discovered how much more satisfying it is to seek out the truth, the whole truth. One might say that being labeled a heretic and having to flee Ishgard is the best thing that could have happened to me. After all, now I'm free to start a new life here in Wilshire as a consulting inspector. Yeah. But enough of that. There is someone I would like you to meet. Hello. Lord Godbert made some modifications, as you can see. His smaller size should allow him to absorb ether more effectively over time. We thought that if he were to travel with you and share in your grand adventures, that maybe it would hasten his reawakening. Yeah, let's get a baby minion. Let's go. Final Fantasy IX forever. Thank you, my friend. I do hope our paths cross again someday. May the Fury bless you and keep you. May the Fury. And thus ends Chapter 4, and the end of Hildibrand, or Heaven's Word. Aww. We get a good montage. Look at Seer. Looking all gentlemanly. With all his books. Throwing away all his crappy books about Inquisition and shit. Yep, swipe up the place. Make it look good. Keep it good for Hilton. Hildibrand will return? Question mark? GG, Hildy. GG. That's right, Scarsis. Never, never end, Hildy. Hildy will never end. Okay, so I'm going to go. We were going to have an ad before that ran, so I'm going to go ahead and run it now. Get up, take a stretch, get some more coffee, and then we'll go hit some easy peasy unlocks and side quests. Yep, it is the one with the funny drawing. So there we go. Right over here. Hildy. Gigi. Nashu. Let's go! But I am going to take a quick break, stretch, get some more coffee, run a quick ad, and then we'll get some of the quick and easy side quests done. And I will be right back. Stay with us. Alright. Stretch has been achieved. Coffee acquired. Bathroom run done. Now, it's time to produce some quick and easy stuff. Something that doesn't have to do with doing any dungeons or anything, because I want to save those for a batch. I do know that there was a easy stuff in tail feather. Ooh. We want to go behind that. We missed a yellow quest in here, and we also have to get our Moogles. Have to get our Moogles and our Vanu caught up with the boss, because Heavensward did this weird thing. So, the Vanu, and so you get neutral and with the Moogles and the Vanu once you unlock them, and then you have to and it's like 150, which is like three of their dailies, and then you max out. But the Voss were different. They didn't do the same thing. And when you unlock them, you're automatically friend with them. And so their 3 gives you 210. So we're going to have to do the Vanu and the Moogles, and then do 3 of theirs to catch up with the Voss. So it's weird. But we will do that. We'll do that after we do this crazy thing, the natural repellent. And we'll have to not do the Voss dailies to make sure that they don't get ahead of the Vanu and the Moogles. We gotta catch up with the Moogles. Okay, not doing anything with the keen eye. Natural repellents. Greetings, generous hunter. I would make another request of you. Click. Please gather 3 bunches of silver dew and bring them back to us. Silver dew can be found near Tailfeather. There stands a raised area west of Tailfeather where the plant grows. Gather the plants there, then bring them back to us here. Okay. We'll just teleport over there. It's all good. All good in the hood. So we get 3 of this dew. So there's 1. There's 2. And there's number 3. There's number 3. Okay, and let's go back to see the storyteller. Quick. Do you have the silver gem? Yep. Right here. Thank you, Hunter. We can now feel safe. The smell of burning silver dew, the smoke it produces, is unbearable to dragons. We'll keep them away, making lost us about safe for a time. Oh. Vindictive Vaster Vendetta. Those detestable one mind. They come here, they target our young ones. Quick, quick. Generous Hunter, I beg of you. Give us justice. Make them suffer as we have suffered. One iron drone, one halley drone, and one forager. Kill one of each. We do not seek justice against any one cast of the one mind. What we seek is justice against the very one mind itself. I do hope this is the last quest. I hope this doesn't chain anymore. It probably doesn't. It probably is very short, but I don't want to be spending all the time doing side quests for these dudes. I have other business to do. Gotta get all this. We gotta get a lot of the stuff. We gotta work with the Moogles, and we gotta like work with them with the Vanu. We gotta get them caught up. And then we gotta do all the non-dungeon, non-raid stuff. That way we can, you know, check stuff off the list, as it were. So if I gotta kill now, I guess we'll do it. One. Two. Alright, back to the storyteller. Can't believe I missed those when I was doing the side quest in the zone. Oh well. Do 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 do. Thank you, Hunter. We appreciate what you've done. The one might now know our pain. That is enough revenge for now. Those you slew were more likely not the self-same Nath that attacked us. It makes no difference. And Nath are all the same consciousness. You have attacked a part of that which attacked us. And we're done. Okay, cool. Okay, so which one will we do first? Which one will we catch up first? I think we'll do the Vanu first. So, Ablathia Spine. That's Never Reap. A tribal reunion. As the rising sun dusks each morning, Zelda's arrival brings a smile to Lunu's face. Sooner depart to old home, Okezundu, and Netherling support would be most welcome. Rumors of Anu, who still live among village remains, spread like seeds in wind. Little thinks it may be fellow Gundu. Lino cannot leave members of tribe to mercy of Undu. Time is of essence. We must find the lost Anu before they do. Zelda's skills for finding lost things is renowned, and the Valley seeks her to aid in search. Much time passes since Gundu fled from village, and Linu doubts the Bundu still search in large numbers. Linu Valley awaits at entrance to Unk's Undu, and may suffer winds bring Zelda there safely. May Zephyr wins indeed. Do, 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 do. Oh, the tribes. We love our tribes. I'm just glad we got all the AR tribes done. Jeez. I waited too long to unlock them. Of course, you know, I had been kind of saving them for patch lock reasons, and that's why I was a little late, but and I was just going through the story like so quickly, but I will make the same mistake when I actually get around to doing patch lock, because well, we'll have to do all the things in the patch. So need to go down. So we'll have plenty of time to do what we need to do with the AR tribes, and when we're working through that. Lino's intuition proves correct. As soon as she begins searching the village, Rano Valley comes running towards her with a smile like nestling reunited with mother. Netherling, honor of meeting is Rano Valley's. One who are not to be feared, as if one knows one who lays low with the white walks with us. Rano's skill at botany is the pride of whole Gundu tribe. Even when rain runs dry and sun burns hot, the crops do not wither. Rano proudly wears crown of flowers Rano makes for her. Rano tells of another Guntu, Inu Vanu, who leaps to the island below to escape Bundu pursuers, and who is stout and strong, surely is unharmed. We remain here as lookouts. Zelda search lens below for any sign of Inu Vanu. You got it. A Netherling? Inuvana knows not what to make of this. Cheer up, dude. What? Inuvali sends Netherling. A double rainbow her coming brings joy. Come, let us go meet her. We're getting the band back together, chat. We're getting the band back together. Linu Valley thanks Zelda for her help. Inubando is Gundu's most esteemed cloud fisher, now trapped in feast on most succulent fish in Cloud Sea. There, even cowardly Piesa cannot hide forever. These Wano are Gundu, like trained Sawana. You are Gundu's very beck and call, only cowards follow so blindly. Hanuvanu, chief of Zundu, evoker of the white, illuminates true path like full moon in midnight sky. But for rebellious Vanu, there is only punishment. Zelda, wait! Now is not time for fighting. Now is time for a sundrop dance. Okay, we'll do it your way. Haha, skies weep in embarrassment at pathetic dance. Even unpainted totem pole presents more fearsome display. Behold, a dance of true might. Ah, how very Polynesian. Yeah, now it's time to fight. Bye-bye. Luna owes Zelda's many apologies when she dances with ferocity of summer squall. Now, remembering Vicious one to attack on village fills Luna with fear, leaving her unable to dance as before. Luna once takes pride in Sundrop dance, but now her pride is gone, and she feels as a newborn hatchling, shivering in the cold without its mother's body for warmth. What are we safest blessing? But that we are safest blessing, at least let us return to Okezundu. So Nirvana will certainly be eager to meet Okezundu Naki's new residents. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Dun, dun, dun. Sonovanu. Chief Sono Linuvali introduces Ranuvali, one of Gundu's most skilled botanists, and Inuvanu, one of our tribe's eminent cloud fishers. Okay, and Gundunaki grows, and along with growth comes change. Sono is eager to see what future holds for your village. Sono hears rumors of Gundu difficulties treating its members. How do you hope to survive with even more beaks to feed? Sunoganda are no mere nistlings. Okay, Gundunaki does more than survive, it thrives. All Sundu are welcome to visit and see for themselves. Yeah, they got a fisher and a botanist. I mean, come on. They have a way to get meat and get vegetables. I mean, they got food on lockdown now. They're cool. They're cool. They got the food on lock. Zelda, in truth, the rumors Vanu hears are not wrong. Tribe does have difficulty feeding everyone, but now we can grow and catch our own food without relying on the generosity of others. Nevertheless, there are those in Okezundu who say Chief Sonu gives too much and thinks us Gundu to be nothing but a burden. Islands and clouds here are precious indeed. It is no wonder that some feel an outsider undeserving gives such a gift. So all in Gundunaki must work tirelessly to make village prosper, both to show gratitude to Sonu and also to quell voices of doubt. Now the tribe can fend for itself, the Zundu doubtless take notice.
The new Sundrop dance may lack vigor of past, but until the day brother returns to us, she must lead her tribe to it in his stead. Yeah, let's go. Tribal reunion. Oh. Yes, grow them crops. Fish them fish. Ranavali and Inuvanu take up residence in Okezundunaki, increasing the village's food stores. And we get recognized. Alright, we are recognized. Alright, so we're gonna have to continue this until we get finally. The valve just jumped up so quick. Like, we went from like we're not even there to finally like right away. That was crazy. Alright, so we need to get to 360, and then I think, and then the next rank we'll be able to catch up. Okay. All right. Well, we've gotten these dudes out of the way, so let us go. And we need to go to Gervania. And we need to go to Annex Shrine. And we need to switch to being a... Well, we're at level 60. Let's see. I got to level 60 on Carpenter yesterday. So we're gonna have to switch to being a blacksmith. Alright, so blacksmith. And of course, we got our level 53 stuff. This is kind of what we would do for doing Ishgard Restoration. I am thinking about it. I might just like wait until we're I might have to put up a poll about this because I'm conflicted. One side of me wants to just level up using Ishgard Restoration because it's right there and we're so close. Other side of me wants to just wait until we get moon crafting and then we have everything kind of handed to us. Don't get me wrong, we will unlock the Ishgard Restoration and Diadem, but progression we might wait until. If you're in the Discord, I'm gonna put up a vote on what we should do. Ishgard Restoration or Moon Crafting. I'm vacillating between the two. I mean, I could just like because this is not patch locked, so I'm not going to be super worried about it. Of course, if we were patch locked, this wouldn't matter anyway, because Ishgard Restoration and Mooncrafting would be out of bounds anyway, but not sure. Ishgard Restoration is good, but one of the benefits of the Mooncrafting is we have access to all of our gear that we need, and we don't have to like use up bag space. Of course, we would have to wait. The only downside is we'd have to wait until Heaven's Word. Or not Heaven's Word. We'd have to wait until the end of Endwalker to unlock it. Of course, we would be working on the relic too. Oh, not the bath. We need to be in the Churning Mist. Whoopsies. Because if we didn't have mooncrafting, then Ishgard restoration would be a duh, right? It'd be the only, it'd be the like quickest way to power level our crafters, but it's not our only option. Alright, the milk of Moogle kindness. So, the Terracin has been looking for you, Koopa. There's an important matter we must discuss at once. What's up, Terracin? Zelda, there you are. I must say the magnitude of Mogwinders is much improved. They have mastered the basics of stonemasonry more quickly than I had anticipated. They remain eager to learn. Once the rubble has been cleared, we can begin rebuilding. Therein lies our problem, however. I'm afraid we lack the numbers to remove the debris on our own. I requested aid from the Moogles of Asa, but have yet to receive a response. Doubtless they're trying to avoid any kind of hard work. And so I would ask you, my dear Mogson, with bringing them here, I give you leave to use whatever trick you can conceive to get those malingering Moogles to Barlays. You want me to fool Moogles? I've never done that, Koopa. Not successfully, anyways. Do not be so quick to lose heart. You will fail only because your ideas are half-formed, marred by compromise and poor planning. You must persevere in your efforts if you wish to succeed. It is as words of my house take, by the 100th blow. For a single strike of the chisel merely scratches the stone surface. It is only with constant effort that stones give rise to bricks, to walls, and at last an impregnable fortress, which is the power of will, of perseverance, of determination. Well, perseverance, determination. I will remember. I will remember. Come on, yes, I'll craft a trick so cunning I'll sing songs of it throughout Malcolm. Yay! Aye, that's the spirit. You are a leader, and it's past time you took charge. Show the others that Mogmenders are not to be trifled with. However, while I have great faith in Mogson, he has yet to meet his full potential, which is why I must ask you to accompany himself to ensure he does not slip back into his old ways. Give that pom-pom of his a firm shake if you sense his will wavering. Sure. I'm sure there will be no need for that, Koopa. Nevertheless, I would certainly appreciate the company. Well then, shall we be off? We should begin by speaking with Mogup, the Moogle in charge over at Asa. Whoops, we passed right over it. Up. Need to go up. And we're too far up now. Hello, Mogup. Oh, if it isn't Master Mogson, and you betcha I've heard so much about. I seem to recall a request of some manner from the Mogmenders. Oh yes, you required extra paws to help remove the rubble. That's correct, Koopa. The request was made some time ago, and still not a single Moogle has arrived at Barley's. You can't hope to make any progress without them. Ah yes, who could forget such an unusual name? Of course, I dispatched several Moogles the moment the missive came, but I'm afraid that I may have sent them to the wrong location. Awfully hard to pronounce the name, you see. Why, I suppose they could be anywhere now. We got provisions for a long journey. Oh, how dreadful, Koopa, all alone among those wild beasts. Hungry and afraid. Curse my clumsy tongue. Curse. Could you help me find them? Please bring them something to sate their hunger, and I'm certain they'll be most willing to help. Of course, an understandable mistake. I can scarce pronounce half the names I hear. Don't worry, Mogup. My companion and I will have the errant Moogles back here and save post-haste. It wouldn't serve to go searching blindly, however, lest we become lost ourselves. No, we must discuss our strategy beforehand, Zelda. Let's confer down below. Let's go to this. Little does the Mogup know I've already fallen for his trick. Twice. Like double yourself to get your own food when gullible Moogle would deliver it right to you. It would be a brilliant ploy if it wasn't so overused. And now we have our chance to, what the terrorist is saying, turn the tables. If we can trick them into going to Barley's, I dare say they'd stay just as a sign of respect. Mock-up and his lackeys are a clever bunch, though. How could I possibly get the better of them? If only we could use those fake Koopa nuts, but by now every Moogle in Mogholm and beyond has heard of them. And rightly so, they're truly masterpieces. Certainly not something I could ever hope to surpass. And there's no shame in that. Yes, why? Reach for the skies when a Koopa nut is just within reach. Perhaps a size far from Mogholm. I wager Mogup and others have heard nothing of your fake nuts. Well, then, I believe the matter is settled. Remember Terrace's words, Mogup. And we have an ad incoming, so I will pause here and we will be right back. Alright, we're back. Carson's words, you're right, I must make my own trick. Almost did it again, didn't I? Well, not this time. This time I will be the one laughing. This time Mogup will be the one too embarrassed to show his face of harvest fate. Thank you, Zelda. Terracin was right to have you accompany me. You were not here, I would have given up before I remembered a special something. It might just serve as perfect tool for our trick. A very special something. I haven't gotten any myself, though, certainly not in the quantity required. But there is one Moogle who might. Zelda, come with me to Mogholm, so we can seek out the Council of Alchemist Moffin. Yes, it's all falling into place, Kupo. Alright, to Mogholm then. Hello, Morgan. Self, my apologies. I had to pick something up from Barley's on the way. I hope I didn't keep you waiting long, Kupo. You're fine. The mighty even show graciousness with their presence again, Kupo. Oh, greetings to you as well, Mogson. What brings you two all the way from Barley's? Mogup is up to his old tricks, but I mean to take the upper paw this time, Kupo. For that I require your most potent medicine. Most potent. Oh, and on a completely unrelated note, I brought you a gift. Well, I certainly can't just give you coupon nuts, and larger than I've ever seen. More so than those of Chieftain Moglin's secret reserve. You've always been a stout supporter of the Mog vendors. I just thought it should express my gratitude. Of course, I understand, Koopa. Wouldn't dare decline a gift from you, Mogson. It is only a gift, yes? Why, Moggin, you wound me. I would never intend for it to be anything else. Koopa, lifting stones is dangerous work, and it would be dreadful if anyone was injured, especially so far from home. You shall have your medicine, Mogson. Practice caution, however. Do too much, and you may do more harm than good. I promise to be responsible, Koopa. Zelda, I believe we are finished here. I'll meet you back at a saw. Try to finish some final preparations. Try not to be late this time. I was here before you, Mogson. It goes. Two souls intertwined. One true love they did find, bringing land and heaven's new. But flames that burn through bright soon fell dark. How goes the search? I've looked up and down under every rock and behind every bush, and I can find no sign of the poor Moogles. All the searching has made me terribly thirsty. By the way, now I know how the others must feel. Tear me apart, Kupo. Mogup, enough. I surrender. I must say, your every trick is ever more impressive than the last. This one was so impressive, in fact, that I brought a bounty of coconut milk to give to everyone. Ha ha ha, Mogson's been outsmarted again, Kupo. You really must stop making this so easy. There's no sport in it anymore. However, we'll gladly accept these libations as a reward for our ingenuity. Time to call the others. Did you see Koopa? Mogup is none the wiser. He thinks it's regular coconut milk, but we know better. Oh, I can scarce believe that I, Mogson, am bodily about to trick Moogles. Comes on, Mogup will soon get his just desserts. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. He gon' rock it. He gonna make them drunk or something. Zelda, quickly. Mog up and the others are just about to partake of my special milk. Mog's done his trick again, not for the last time. In his humbleness, he has rewarded our surpassing cleverness with a bounty of coconut milk. Drink deep, my friends, and bask in victory. That's what he wants you to believe. How could they even hold him with those paws? Jeez. Ah, there's nothing like a nip of milk after a... What is... Yeah, sleepy. Impossible. Munson, he couldn't have. Oh, but he did. Ah, sleep, little Moogles. What's in the milk, you ask? A few pinches of the crushed cloud mallow seeds, and in large enough quantities to put Moogles into a deep sleep. Once they're dozing soundly, I only need to whisper in theirs to complete my plan. Look, Zelda, and bear witness to Amalgaminder's guile. A working Moogle is a happy Moogle, Koopa. A working Moogle is a happy Moogle, Koopa. From sun up till sundown, you'll work up a sweat with nary a frown. From sun up till sundown, you'll work up a sweat with nary a frown. What, ho friends, isn't it a perfect day for backbreaking labor? Who needs rest? Not I, Koopa. Who wants to sweat? Me! He got him. Yep, he got him. Victory, Koopa! I doubt Mogop will dare try to trick me again after this. And now to reap the rewards, let's turn to barleys and see what Moogle's hard at work can accomplish. Yeah, let's do that. Back to barleys. Master Mogson. Something, it's terrible. I'll never get the rubble cleared, Koopa. Mogop and the others have been working eagerly at first, so they collapse after carrying only one rock between them. You know, they aren't used to hard work, but this beggars belief. Perhaps all is not lost. However, when a Moogle is in such a sorry state, the only cure I know is more cloud mallow. I believe we can help with that. Zelda, not a mallow and sprinkle some puffs on these Moogles, and their palms should perk right up. Just ask the Moogle guarding it to ride. I'll be looking to the skies. Perhaps a few air puffs will blow my way, Koopa. Moofy Moogle! Say no more. I know exactly why you're here. Just check your rump a bit and rain mallow puffs on the poor Moogles. They'll be back in tip-top shape. Hop on, I'm sure the mallow can support your weight. Apparently so. Wake up! Oh, one moment. I need to fix my thing. One moment. BRB. Alright, there we go. Fixed. All fixed. I seem to recall being tired. Impossible. Conceivable. I dare say I could clear the rubble myself. Working Moogle is happy Moogle, Koopa. Yeah, let's go. Top down. The knowledge puffs seem to do it, Koopa. They keep up this pace, then the rubble should be cleared in no time. And what's more, now that I have hoodwinked the Moogle, I'm sure to earn some respect around here. I am the master of the Mog Vendors, after all. Terrace and Zelda, if not for your support, I would have given up long ago. See my efforts succeed at last. I've never felt this sense of accomplishment before. You have my thanks. Brilliant, my dear Mogson. Remember my words, and your conviction shall show through in the quality of your craftsmanship. I most certainly will, Terracin. Your words will guide me in both my works and my studies. And let us get some... Let's go get some GP material. Why not? Alright, I think we've fully set up the Moogles now. We will have to get them caught up with the Vast, but we'll do that sooner rather than later. Thanks to your efforts, the rubble has been cleared from Barley's. Continue assisting the mob vendors to see the repair of the plaza completed. Yeah. And we got a rep up. We are recognized. More wares. And we get a level up. Level 59. Ooh. We're almost close to being level 60. Not bad, not bad. Alright. So that should be all for them. Yep. Alright. So let's get back to being our true selves. And we do have one little quest line. And it is a special one. It is called the Tales of the Dragon War. So we need to go back to Ishgard. And we need to go to House Portal. We need to go to House Portal. Yes, let me in. And the first quest in this is called The Paths We Walk. This one's very special. And it was released in 3.3, right after the Dragon Song War concluded. For real. It was bitterly cold when you first came to our city, when it stood waiting for you before the Ark of the Worthy, to think that this was where it all began. How much has changed since that day? Forgive me, of late I've been studying the works of a Beladian poet king who wrote, "To ye who ask of things to come, give thought to what is past and gone." So rarely have the luxury to reflect on the choices we made, and how they have shaped our lives and the lives of others. Even I, a mere steward whose deeds would not merit a footnote in the annals of history, can see the value in this. To say this to you, Mistress Ime, because I say this to you, Mistress Ime, because as you move, so too does the world. I pray spare a moment to contemplate your journey while you can. The road stretched on, obscured by an endless veil of snow. Somewhere in the white beyond stood the great iron gates, and on their side a humble manservant who awaited the coming of 3 travelers. Let us remember, chat. Let us remember. A warm welcome to you, Mistress Ime. To what do we owe the pleasure? I'm remembering. Retracing your steps from those first days in Ishgard. I see. Well, no one could begrudge you for indulging in a little nostalgia. I'm reminded how much I owe you and yours. Lest you forget, foreign merchants are subject to a frankly unreasonable level of scrutiny until relatively recently. Not so now, however. Now goods come from every corner of Eorzea, flowing to our markets, and that, my friend, is a change we can all appreciate. Merchants of all nations speak in a common tongue, and its words of coin. Needless to say, there is little profit to be had in prejudice, especially against those who have received the patronage of a count. Thus, when the wards of House Fortome arrived, she was glad to make their acquaintance. Now we must go to the Forgotten Knights and talk to Hildibrand. Let's be a lady and go down the stairs. What'll it be then? Ale? Mulled wine? No, don't tell me. Tea. Remembering. Oh, so it is to be memories then, is it? Well, there's a bitter draught that'll leave you wanting. Assuming you can remember your own name, that is. Take your friend to Target. One moment she's just another girl waiting on customers, clearing tables and so forth. The next she's got a dozen admirers asking after her every bloody night. And I'll be damned if I can remember how it happened. That sounds like Totaro. Singing those stupid songs, dancing those daft dances. Though, to be honest, I think it was her stories that really won him over. Stories of a certain hero's grand adventures across Eorzea, told with a flair that put a minstrel to shame. Who doesn't love a good hero's tale, am I right? Hells, we've even got one about a man who built this tavern. Was one of the founding fathers of Ishgard, so it goes. Now, as the Enkiduron told it, perhaps besides Haldreth, the only knights who survived the battle with Nidhogg were the founders of the high houses. Of course, these days we all know better than to put too much stock in the words of the church, eh? But there's more to our tale than just words. There's a sword, too, one which has been passed down from proprietor to proprietor since before anyone can remember. She's a rusty old barber, but if you look closely at her handle, you can just about make out an inscription. Brothers brave and true, live well, forgotten, and content. A man who forsook wealth and fame and chose the title of a humble tavern keeper. It's a tale, of course. It's just a tale, of course, albeit a good one. As for the truth, who can say, friend? Who can say? He knew everyone's story, though he would never share his own. An optimist, he wanted to believe in the best in people. Sometimes that faith would be rewarded, other times betrayed. But he wouldn't listen. But he would listen, regardless, and he would hope. To Camp Cloudtop. Mr. Time, I was but this moment thinking of you, and I had hoped to speak with you at Sir Emerson Investiture. The circumstances conspired to prevent me from attending. Mayhap you will allow me to say now what I could not say then. On behalf of House Halionart and all of Ishgard, I offer you into my deepest and most humble thanks. You risked your life to stand against our sworn enemy and freed us from the millennium of torment. But we can never hope to repay you. We will ever remember you in our deeds, that our children and their children's children might know the woman to whom they owe their lives. You're welcome. I can see that the grand investiture would have been more fitting occasion for such words, but I could not risk them being left unspoken. It brings you to this day. As you can see, Camp Cloudtop remains much the same as it did during the war. Though we need no longer watch the skies, for Dravanian outflyers, Vanu, have proven themselves similarly worthy of our attention. Oh, it's, Madeline. I say, old girl, don't call me that. You have the most uncanny ability to appear whenever I least expect you. But enough of that. On our way? On a walk? Ah, yes, my lord. Lady Lenian, I am pleased to report that we succeeded in infiltrating the Vondu territory and we observed the beastmen harvesting crystals at several different sites. Based on the volume of crystals acquired during our period of surveillance, I have prepared an estimate of how much time I believe it would take the Vondu to gather sufficient crystals for another summoning. We've also taken the liberty of drafting several proposals outlining how the Rose Knights might prevent such eventualities, such as raiding these sites and securing their stores. Most detailed assessment of the risks involved should you choose to proceed. By the fury, I gathered you were clever, but I was not aware that you were capable of this. With respect, you're wasted on your master. Hardworking, full of potential, I think this is a place for you. There's a place for you here, with the Rose Knights, if you would have it. But you would even consider taking me into your service is a tremendous honor, my lady, and were I free to do so, I would gladly accept, but I am pledged to another, as you well know. Regrettable, but understandable. I take comfort in the fact that a youth of your talent and character will never want for opportunities. Pledged to another, you rascal. I thought I saw you whispering in young Salouet's ear the other day. You certainly wasted no time wooing our newest maid. There will be no secrets between us. You must tell me everything. Where you've been singing off to together. What adventures have you been having? Every little detail. And I won't. And don't you dare leave anything out. He's got a girlfriend. Ottawa's got a girlfriend. I'm sure he will not. In any event, you will have certainly exceeded my expectations. I grant you leave to return to the city. Should you need a rise, I shall call upon you again. Anna was got a girlfriend. Thank you, my lady. I believe we shall do as you suggest. Till we get him in, until we meet again, Mr. Seamay. Not so fast. That airship isn't due for another hour. We have so much to talk about. Honoroi! Honoroi! Honoroi. For all the ladies to stand, it is an odd familiar dance. To her, Lord of Menelin would always be the boy fumbling for a compliment. And perhaps there was a comfort in that, in memory of home on the bleak frontier. Now we must go to Falcon's Nest. Talk to Redwald. Thousand pardons, Mistress Yume. Had I known you were planning to pay us a visit, I would have seen that you received a proper reception, a feast, perhaps, or at least a formal welcome to them with the men in full dress. And no. You have more than earned it. You only need to look to the pilgrims who come in their droves to pray before they're relieved to see the truth of that. Some abide in silence while others shed tears, not for sorrow, you understand, but for joy of being released from Nidhogg's torment. Hello, Otwell. Sir Redwald, the shipment has been unloaded, and the quartermaster confirms that all the supplies are accounted for. Ah, Mistress Hime, are you here on official business? No, I'm remembering. A journey to remember and reflect. Aye, much has changed since we first came here together, since I abandoned you to follow the heretic's trail alone. Come, my lord, mayhap you recall the survivor to whom you carried back to Falcon's Nest that day? Well, his wife but recently gave birth to their first child. Is that so? Well, mayhap I should pay him a visit. Though he would doubtless be honored, my lord, you need not put yourself to such trouble. Your responsibilities as count surely leave enough time as it is. Think not on that. I am still me, and you are still you. Whatever our respective titles, I would speak to you as a friend. This preoccupation with position and power is sown to no end of discord between our two houses, to the great detriment of our nation. 'Tis especially galling when one considers that much of what we have achieved was by virtue of our blood, and not our character. So call me Count if you must, but know that I take no pride in it. You have one day when I have earned it, but not today. Otwell is being based as usual. Still himself, is he? Yep. An honorable man, mindful of tradition, he was loath to accept the assistance of a foreigner in exile. But when forced to confront bitter truths, he looked within and found himself wanting. Pride be damned, then, if it lead one astray. He would set aside his prejudice and join hands with this gifted outcast for the greater good of Ishgard. Back to Ishgard. And to the sacred tribunal of Halonic Inquisitory Doctrine. And we will continue this after the ad. BRB. Alright, welcome back, Let's consider and reflect. Two foreign heretics against two knights of the Heavensward. Under watchful gaze of the Fury, they would fight, and the winner's claims would be proven true. It was the opening gambit of a greater game whose stakes would remain unknown for some time. Through the Hoplon. You are Mistress Hime, if I'm not mistaken. We have met, though I'm sure you do not remember. 'Twas a seeming lifetime ago when you answered the Archbishop's summons. I often come here to reflect upon all that has come to pass, and when I saw you gazing at the holy vault, I thought perhaps that you had too. You turned our world upside down. Everything we held dear, for change, for the truth. They say it had to be done, that His grace sought godhood. So then perhaps it was the Fury's will that you prevail. But to say it, to believe it, and know that no man is without sin, but he was pious and humble, really devoted to the church and to its people. I knew him, miss. He was a good man, whatever else he may have been. I remember him as a good man. To walk the righteous path, to live for the sake of others, to rise to the highest station, yet remain powerless to bring an end to your people's suffering. What price salvation then? What sacrifice beyond reason? For uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. True. To Limsa. Heavy wears the crown. Let's go speak with Merlib. Zelda, this is most unexpected. Do you have business with the Admiral? Yeah, sort of. A journey of remembrance, you say? Well, far be it for me to deny you. Announced or not, I suspect the Admiral would be most displeased if she heard that I had turned you away. Merlib. Thank the Navigator and resign myself to another day spent listening to my advisors prattle on about the Beastman's latest movements. Come, Zelda, tell me of your adventures. The scouting sail in uncharted waters. I hope these new reforms of theirs meet with no resistance. 'Twould not be the first grand voyage to run afoul of reefs ere it properly began. But with Sir Amric at the helm, they may yet chart a course for generations to follow. Which is not to say our own doesn't need correcting. The Alliance has grown complacent. The bloody nose you gave us at the melee showed me that. Nor have I forgotten the lessons of the banquet. Rest assured, we will not out any further turncoat. We will root out any further turncoats before the dagger is at our back. You have my word on that, and Lady Uvaris besides. Yes. She had never been one to retreat, much less in the face of transparent theatrics. But this had been no ordinary battlefield, its rules of engagement anything but clear. So she would watch, and she would learn, and in time she would act. now to Revenant's Toll. She's up. Whoops. That, by the way, is who we will be talking to as soon as we get all of our items for the current stage of the relic we're working on. I agree. Mistress Zelda has thought of this. I'm here to reflect. I'm both flattered and surprised that you would remember my small role in this tale, given the grandeur of your subsequent endeavors. Though I must confess to having derived some selfish pleasure from donning the garments of the shinobi once more. I'm honored to have been able to assist in freeing General Raban from his captivity. And I believe I speak for all of my countrymen when I say that we are most grateful to have been granted the opportunity to contribute to the restoration of the Scions. Much has changed, it is true, and much may never be as it once was. But in watching you and yours rise from the ashes and rebuild, I'm reminded that we must never give in to despair. There's always something which may yet be saved. And therefore, we will always remember. But this is Lego 1 of 5. So we must go on, press forward to the oaths we swear. We'll be traveling to Ul'dah next. If so, I would ask a favor of you. I prepared a special unguent to aid in General Bond's rehabilitation. Injuries such as his must be tended to daily, even long after they have healed. You need only deliver it to his man, Commander Swift. He will see that the Flame General receives it. Well, to Ul'dah we go. To Ul'dah we shall go. Hello, Commander Swift. Greetings, Lieutenant Hiname. What is it you have here? A Domin Unguent for the General. Unguent? I was unaware the Flame General required such stuff. And one of your Domin friends made for this room, did she? Very well, I shall be sure to pass it on. Actually, wait here. Just this moment concluded a meeting, and I expect you to be glad to speak with you before returning to the palace. Hello, General. So Commander Swift tells me you came all this way to deliver an unguent. And to remember and reflect. Daily, she says. Huh, well, mayhap it's best to be prudent. Gods alone know why you agreed to deliver it for her, though. Unless you mean to favor me with that rematch I requested. I'll kick your ass again. I just last you on a journey of reflection. Are you not? Merlip said as much. And now you want to relive the moment you pulled me from the pit and Ilbert left me in to rot. Shames me to think of it, that I was so blind to his hatred. Lotterio tells me that it was not always so, that Ilbert admitted to him he once believed that I would return to El Amigo at the head of an army. The years passed and I did nothing. For all my accomplishments, for all my wealth, power, and influence, I did not to better the plight of my people. Not for the lack of trying, but Ilbert didn't know. He thought the bull of Al Amigo had grown fat and complacent, but my story set a bad example for our countrymen. Look at your homeland and chase the Uldan dream. A fine, impossible dream which gave men the strength to endure their hardships and try to make new lives for themselves here. So the dream had to die. He would kill me, stir up the disillusioned, arm them at the monitor's expense, and then look at me. The signs paid the price of my failings. The gods know I have no shortage of debts to repay, of vows to keep, and duties to discharge. Mark me well, lass, there will be a reckoning. May have not today, may have not tomorrow, but a reckoning there will be. Probably should have did this at 3.3. No, well, that will say for Petrock. A refugee of a fallen nation, he had risen from the depths of poverty to claim a seat on the syndicate. Yet for all his great deeds, one was left undone, and like sand through an hourglass, the years slipped away, taking with them an old friend's hope. Now, to Gorgain Mills. We fly. By the fury, is that you, Mr. Sime? Forgive me, but what reason could you possibly have for returning to this god's-forsaken place? I am remembering, sir. Mayhap it was fate which brings you here on this day of introspection and reflection. We have come to Gorgay Mills to accept the surrender of half a dozen heretics who once fought for the Lady Iceheart. If you are intending to visit the cellars, I would ask that you do nothing to unsettle them. Wait, I know you. You were at the amphitheater with the Dragon Slayer. I suppose we owe you an apology when you came to us seeking to parley. We were sure it was a scheme to lure out Our Lady. We were sure about a lot of things. When she first shared her revelation, when she told us that she was not Saint Shiva reborn, we assumed it was a jest, for had we not prayed for salvation, she had not descended to deliver us from evil. She replied that our prayers were but fuel for a fever dream, and a construct born of desperation and denial. She was no savior, she said. But when we marched upon Ishgard Ricardo, she pulled us from the brink of oblivion and implored us to find another way. And here we are, ready to lay down our arms at last. It's time. She considered you a friend. Had things been different, mayhap we could have been friends too. Farewell. Forsaken by gods and men, they found salvation in a revelation. They would take up arms against their own kind to set ancient wrongs to right, cut out its scar's festering heart, and the war would be over. This they knew, believed with all their being, till their Savior told them their efforts would be for naught. To the victory. Dun, dun. Dantalot. Well, if it isn't the great warrior of light herself, she who slew the dreaded worm Nidhogg, bringing an end to 1,000 years of war and my very livelihood. Well, go on then, strike me down and finish the job, stab me right in the heart. I'll even lend you my spear if you like. After all, it won't be a bloody needing it. Tell me true for a moment, I had you fooled, you gods, as if I could hate the woman who rid us of Nidhogg. Oh, unless you worry, that business about me losing my livelihood couldn't have been further from the truth. In point of fact, this is proving surprisingly lucrative. As our nation ties with the Rice Walker's root have grown stronger and our interest in Giovanni have begun to expand, we have seen a marked increase in the number of travelers on the road. Needless to say, said travelers require protection, which we are only too happy to provide. Granted, such work will not earn you a lordship like slaying a dragon might, but it pays well and is far less prone to end in incineration, which seems a reasonable enough compromise, all things considered. As long as there's are wars to fight, there will be those who take up arms not out of hatred or even a sense of duty, but for want of better employment. When presented with an alternative, such individuals may gladly trade in their swords for scythes, or failing that, pledge them to a more worthy cause. Onward to Tail Feather. Something the matter, lass? And that's giving you trouble? No, not really. A journey of remembrance, eh? Gods, it feels like only yesterday that your sail turned up in Tailfeather with you in tow. Back into our lives and gone all too soon. Did I ever tell you how we found her? 5 years back, in the torpor out in the forest, all by her lonesome. Aye, well, we weren't about to leave her there, so we carried her back here and tended to her until she woke up. Didn't say a word for days, this sail. Just sat there and stared up at the sky, as if the ground held nothing for her. And it didn't, we learned. And when she finally spoke, now you might think she's not one to smile, but if you'd seen her in those years that followed, then one day all of a sudden she says she's got a truth that must be shared, up and leaves her the gods know where, and was the last we heard of her for a time. Redemption's not beyond us, friends. Come and hear the truth. Come and hear the Lady Iceheart speak. And they did, and far and wide, and so the story went. Some said there was nothing in it. I knew. I think, Zelda, that deep down most folk want to try to do right by themselves and by others, and they try. Oh, how they try. You do, certainly, and so did she. And then, after we shared oaths, we remember the legacies we leave. Apologies, you came here to think on your own memories. Listen not to mine. I take the after next. Right then, we are to do this properly. You'll need to gather up your incentives, same as before. In case you've forgotten, that's a basket of fresh column tree fruit, a good-sized jar of land trap nectar, and a dirty great cartload of young nectar flesh. Come on, lass, surely you can't be that bloody daft. You're more than welcome to their village already. Safe travels. Yeah. Yeah. They made us do all kinds of chores. Damn you, Nath. Damn you. Nah, it wasn't that bad. Not like the Moogles. Hello, storyteller. Click, click. Hunter of dragons and gods, I bid you welcome. What would you ask me of this day? Once we would have to no conception of what you speak, but one mind does not forget. We do. It can be most distressing. To remember is not enough. One must strain and give words to memory and inscribe words upon parchment. This is the chronicler's calling. He wrote of how you came to Lost Asbath, and how you left to slay Ravana, and how the young hunter trained with the old hunter while you were away. We shall treasure these memories, this history you have given us, and when new Vast join us, we shall share it with them as well. Bound no longer to the will of the many, they are now free to walk their own path. Thus reborn, they would write the first chapter of new history to be passed on to future generations. As their culture grew older and richer, so too with their story. Alright, let's go talk to Vidolfia. Hopefully she's recuperating well. There she is. Friend of Ysael, warrior of warriors, thou art ever welcome in Enich's shrine. What bringeth thee to us this day? I am here to remember. There is much wisdom to be gained from looking to the past, to walk half-remembered paths and mark anew their twists and turns. We too do this through, not through pilgrimage, nor less written word beloved of thine historians. In song would you preserve the deeds of our lost and chronicle the passing of the ages. Not with greater power to stir our hearts. 'Twas the dirge of profoundest sadness that roused Nidhogg's brood to action. A dirge which soundeth no more. No new song riseth to fill the void, one of hope rekindled, of war's end and peace rebirth. I shall sing of thee and Ysael ever after, that all may know and remember. In the chorus the fallen could rise once more, for none are dead, whose names yet echo in the heavens, and the song would not end until the last voice fell silent. Heroes and villains, sinners and saints, all would live again. Alright. Walk home. Hello, Chief Moglin. Well, yanked my palm and called me a mole bat. I certainly wasn't expecting to see you today. Still calling yourself Zelda, Not that there's anything wrong with that, Koopa. Anyway, what are you doing here? I'm here to remember, sir. Thank heavens for that. I was sure you were going to ask for help with yet another one of your irks, exciting quests. By all means, we'd love to pass the time reminiscing about the good old days. And when better than now, Koopa, with your friends visiting and all? Wait, here, I'll fetch them. Well, glad I might to see you again, Zelda, and your Malcolm of all places. Koopa, it's really you. And just when we were about to leave. I think it wonderful, this pilgrimage of yours, a final reflection upon the past, that you might face the future with eyes unclouded and a heart at peace. Few would deny the events of recent days warrant such contemplation. When we last stood in this place, I dare say none among our number would have believed that what was to follow. Youngest and least of all, upon learning what befell him as his law, I confess I thought him lost. But when Master Alphino told me of your great struggle, of his salvation, I was reminded of your talent for the impossible. If you ask me, he seemed altogether too stubborn to die, though I suppose it is no small feat to evict a spike-built worm once it's made its home in one's head. With Nidhogg's passing, the children of Ishgard and Giovanni may at last look to the future. It is my hope, however, that they will not forget the deeds of history, nor the many thousands of lives lost in their conflict, for only through remembrance will they avoid the mistakes of the past. Yes, let us remember. We thank you again for your hospitality, Chief Monklin, and pray that you will one day allow us to extend to you the same courtesy. I wish you well on your journey, Zelda. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Until we meet again, Koopa. Even the faintest reaches of distant, dangerous lands, one may chance upon a friendly place. Even though given to mischief and largely unconcerned by the troubles of the outside world, they come to understand Ishgard's plight and agree to lend their aid. Eventually, that is. Yeah, they're like this, elves in a way. Alright, now we need to make camp in the ruins of Zenith. Remember that night? I do. The crackling warmth of Alphino's campfire. The savory waft of Yasiel's bubbling stew. The soft snoring of Malkin, asleep on the grass. Cold wind blew that night as well. And on the morrow they mounted the steps and blew the horn. But having climbed to the summit with hope in their hearts, they descended dejected, and were down by truths too grim to contemplate. Yep, we did. Back to Ulda. You there. Over here, quickly. Anonymous. Or should I say, quote unquote, Lilira? Should have known that you'd see through my disguise after all. You have seen it before. But enough talk, we cannot linger here. Once the guards recognize their sultana. As you may have deduced, I was taking the air outside the palace when I saw you standing there, staring off into space. Had you something on your mind? Yeah. I understand completely. So much has happened, so much has changed, in also a short space of time. Even now I struggle to make sense of it all. But one thing at least is abundantly clear. I owe you an immense debt of gratitude for all you've done on my behalf, and on behalf of those whom I hold dear. After I awoke, Papa Sean told me everything. It was a lot to take in, but nothing could prepare me for what Lord Lorarito had to say. That ruthless, manipulative swine came before me and expressed regret for what had come to pass, and thinking to make amends, offered all of Telegi's assets, as well as half his own personal fortune to the crown, and I accepted. Long did I debate how best to use this wealth. There is no end to the troubles facing our nation, and no shortage of worthwhile causes. Yet none among our people have suffered more than the refugees, and this day he shall be the first to receive aid and succor. There is also the matter of the terrible wrongs committed against you and yours, for which I am in large part responsible. Nay, I do not protest, it is the truth. Accordingly, I have set aside monies to aid in the Scion's rebuilding, if you would have them. That would be most welcome, thank you, Your Grace. Pray do not thank me, not after all you've suffered. Now that I do not think to atone for my mistakes with money, but it is a tool which I would see put to good use. Oh, listen to me. So much for enjoying a moment's respite out the palace walls. It rather seems as if I had brought my responsibilities with me. I suppose I should return. Lady Lilira, you must come home at once. Father is worried sick, you know. Confound it, you lot. Search this area. I didn't know she came through here. On the other hand, it is essential that a ruler see firsthand how her subjects go about their daily lives, and I have not visited their markets in weeks. It would seem a shame to let this opportunity go to waste. Zelda, might I impose upon you to have a brief yet cordial conversation with those Sultan Sworn? I have a choice of subject matter up to you. Take care. And we'll have that conversation after the ad. And we are back. I beg your pardon, miss, but did you perchance to see a young Lalafell, a noblewoman, pass this way? No. I'm certain. Dear, dear Master Papashan said this might happen, but I never truly believed he was serious. After the legacies we leave, we remember the triumphs we shared. Oh, wait, I didn't know you. You're Zelda. Zelda Hume. What stroke of luck. I can think of none better qualified to help us. You see, it is no mere noblewoman that we seek. But Master Papashan was most explicit about the need for secrecy. Pray forget I mentioned it. We'll find the lady on our own. What cruel fate to lose her father as a child, and be compelled to rule in his stead. And now the years have tempered her dreams and taught her sometimes brutality, sometimes brutally, the price of naivety. Though outwardly unscathed by her ordeals, it was a wiser and more wary Nanamo who reclaimed the throne. And we need to go back and speak with Alien in Revenant's Toe. There you are, Zelda. You could have told me of your pilgrimage. I knew it was only a matter of time before you sought me out. And to have been reflecting on the choices which shaped my path, when I looked onto the road with my grandfather, when I joined the Crystal Braves, when I tried and failed to warn you before the banquet. I had my suspicions about Wilburd's death, thought it was the work of a Garlean spy within our ranks, but I cannot be sure who was involved, hence my desire to speak with you in private. I thought long and hard about how to approach you without rousing suspicion, mayhap too long. Eventually I decided to arrange a meeting through Mistress Momodi. Little did I know that the bastard Laurentius had seen me to it. Shortly thereafter the fourth received urgent summons. Needless to say, I had no choice but to answer, and soon found myself at the mercy of Captain Hildibrand's band of traitors. They confined me to the Rising Stones along with the others so loyal to the Scions, Riol, the Femi, Locamus. Quite what they had planned to do with us, I couldn't say. Mayhap they thought we would turn, given time. The fools. Lieutenant Yuhase bid the third keep us under constant guard. And when Captain Hildibrand moved to carry out General Robon's execution, we were forced to withdraw all but a token force, which we took by surprise one night, and then it was over. One might argue that it turned out better than it had any right to, all things considered. Still, there are nights when I lie awake wondering if I had done things differently, if I had been more careful or more decisive. What then? There is naught to be gained from thinking thus. We must count our blessings, must we not? We are still here, and most of all, what is broken can be rebuilt. You will see, Zelda. You will see. Farewell, alien. For the freedom of all, it began with an oath and ended with a betrayal. As the conspirators turned on their comrades for coin and country, the good and true were beaten and imprisoned, or else butchered where they stood. But even in their darkest moments, they never stopped believing that the dawn's light would ever shine again. Back to Ishgard. And to the manufactory. Hello there, Zelda. Fancy meeting you here. Hi, Wedge. Hi, Biggs. Reminiscing about the glory days, eh? We spent many sleepless nights hammering away in that corner of ours. How's your man and Carter holding up, by the way? They're doing great. Ha, that's good to hear. Not that I had any doubts. Like our craftsmanship is like our craftsmanship second to none. Quite right. It will take more than swirling winds and raging dragons to bring her down. And that, my friend, is an ironworks guarantee. Speaking of which, on the back of the field's test success, we've gone ahead and licensed the design for mass production. Soon the Skysoul manufacturer is turning out minute cutters by the dozen. Which is why we're here today, as a matter of fact, to make sure their machinists don't bugger everything up. Apparently, inventors have been queuing up the place in order, and even some sky pirates. Just imagining sea of clouds teeming with our creation fills me with a father's pride. Right then, that's enough patting ourselves on the back. We've got to make sure the cutters are up to snuff, but just you'll never let us hear the end of it. From now until we finish, there will be no more breaks, distractions, and none, and not 1 week of sleep. Do you hear me? Oh, mumble, chocobo. Well, we'll leave you to it. Till next time, eh? Despite the many hardships they had endured, or perhaps because of them, they've greeted every new challenge with a smile. Their workshop, their battlefield, their tools, their weapons. They invariably rose to the occasion, delivering ingenious solutions to seemingly insoluble problems. Now to the training miss. Hi, welcome there you all. The Montessori Echo. Though to set through tempestuous winds they carved a path, reaching the dread one's sanctum. And there did they put him to the sword, yet in the wake of hard-fought victory were secrets laid bare in a vision dark and disturbing. The legacy of the fathers bequeathed to their sons and passed down through generations, yet blood enduring in the new, old blood enduring in the new, the mark of original sin. Back to your card. We gotta go talk to Hilda. Oh, let me jump down. Fine, we'll go the other way. Woo. Hi, Hilda. And there she is, at last. Hildibrand said you were wandering all over reminiscing about days gone by. Seems a bit soon, if you ask me. It's not like I don't understand, though. Some days I'll be walking through the broom, same as normal, and it'll hit me all of a sudden just how much has changed for us. Though I know it's a bit different from what you've been through. Puts me to mind the first time I saw her and her friends up near the Aetherite, being shown about by that houseful townman. Oh, you never told me you met before. It weren't so much as a meeting as a heckling, to be honest. When I heard their guide warning them off paying a visit to the broom, it stuck in my craw. And you've got to admit that Master Alpha-Nose is the spitting image of a snotty little lordling. A little lordling that went on to fight 2 Knights of the Heavensward with Zelda here in trial by combat. Not to mention helping retake the vault from the True Brothers. Pure have mercy, it feels like a bleeding lifetime ago, don't it? 'Cause it was. What we've got now is nothing like what came before. It's a bleeding rebirth is what it is. Whole comfort to the folk who died getting us here. Still, this peace is ours, and we owe it to ourselves to make the most of it. Meaning we got to work twice as hard to make the Brim a better place, and no more harassing blue bloods either. Aye, aye. A world apart from the opulence of the pillars, they had toiled shrouded in the haze of the broom. Since to a life of hardship by birth, they dreamed of revolution as children dream of berries. Then one came and went, and they suddenly found themselves with a seat at the table. Now to the sea of clouds. Oh, clouds part, and let shine brilliant sun upon Manubana. Great Netherling warrior returns to Okezundu on pilgrimage of remembrance. Well, well. Know that we will always be grateful to you for your victory over the ravenous whites. No longer need we fear for the safety of our smallest islands. But Lanovalu is not one to forget Netherling's worst coming, when she saves us from certain death to the hands of the Black Ones. Distant memory though it is. Yes, her many deeds are the stuff of legends. We shall remember the stories in the hero's name, Zelda Hime, for they are worthy of celebration now and ever after. An earnest, good-natured people, they had borne witness to the rage of their beloved god's twisted manifestation, and proclaimed it to be false. For the grace of kind travelers, were they duly delivered from its wrath, the mad god's death, signaling the birth of a new hero. Ah, now I gotta go talk to Mitra. Hi, Mitra. Well, that Zelda, what brings you here this night? I am remembering. Indeed, though it seems an age, it was not all that long ago that we rescued Stola from the live stream. And quickly beginning to forget those memories most precious to us. In my defense, I might add, I barely missed an opportunity to make new memories with my sister in the days to return. Our conversation on larger matters of scientific and professional concern, ancient elegant technologies, primals, accidents, and so forth. She has an insatiable thirst for knowledge, as you know. Yet while I understand her desire not to burden those around her with her troubles, and to carry on as she did before, I do worry that her willingness to manipulate her own nature to compensate for the loss of her sight may have dire repercussions. She never told you then? Of course not. It would rather have defeated the purpose. You should know that the technique she employs places a tremendous strain on her body. She is, of course, well aware of her limits, and more than willing to ignore them should she deem this necessary. And praise, you see that she does not. Yep. Regrettably, she is wont to ignore any advice when it does not suit her, yet, given your shared experiences, mayhap she'll be more willing to heed your warnings. Her sister was under no illusions as to the dangers of the life she had chosen. Should the worst come to the worst, Stola would do what needed to be done, pay any price, make any sacrifice, and that without hesitation. She was a woman of conviction, deserving of respect and admiration, and no small amount of worry. And let us go talk to Slowfix in Idleshire. Why must governing great gobbling nation be so difficult? Like herding corals, stupid corals, with muchly different views on glorious nation's future direction. Calm down, Slowfix. Yes, Slowfix knows he's letting emotions run wild. Uplander's welcome voice of reason. Not like when Uplanders first returned to Idleshire, yes? So much venom in that one's tongue flaps, calling Gobblefox thieves. It's Slowfix all way to mutual understanding. Citizenship in society, first step in gathering communal ties, gives all vested interest in continued prosperity of egalitarian utopia. And now, the last quest of remembrance, the burdens we bear. For the final objective of your quest, you will receive no guidance from the journal or the duty list. You will need to read the text carefully and decipher the clues to determine your next course of action. And now Slowfix bids Uplander to fulfill civic duty as citizen of Idleshire with handling and great import. In Cape south of settlement lives Old Crone, wielder of powerful magics used to craft and make frogmen that chase away curious gobbies. Uplander has made many busy deals with Old Crone, yes. Then Uplander can appeal to Crone's better nature and make her a call of all frogmen harriers. Alright, I guess we have to go talk to Matoya. Hopefully you see if they're hard to get out of the gate. Let's go see Latoya. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I'm well aware that you're only here because you want something, but at least you didn't bring your little friends. So out with it. Oh, is that what the goblins told you? That my servants were attacking their poor defenseless scouts with the slightest provocation? Ha! Little buggers are trying to eat them. They're lucky I didn't have my Progorogos return the favor. You can tell them from me that if they try it again, I will personally feed them to my servants, one limb at a time. I do hope you didn't come all this way just to play errand girl for those dirty little scroungers. Aren't you a bit young to be going on grand journeys of reflection? You haven't lived long enough to have so many regrets. Same goes for that boy, complaining that things hadn't unfolded as he dreamed they would. It makes no difference what should have happened to Ophelia. What happens is what did happen. The past is the past, and no amount of wishing you'd done things differently will make it so. You make your choices, and you do what needs to be done. That's it. That's the attitude you came here with the first time, when you wanted to find a way to get to Oz's Law. You would do well to remember it. Right then, I think you've wasted quite enough of my time. It was bad enough that I've had to suffer stolas unannounced visits, but it'll be you making a habit of it too. She was a sum of everything that had come before her. Triumphs, failures, all essential, all indispensable. The things unfolded differently, so too would she. What use, then, to mourn the woman who never was? There was only this time, this place, this choice. To Oz's Law. Yes, we are getting close. What's on the other one? Yeah. Okay. You can get the airship to here. That's good to know. This place is so... I spy something on the ground at the leading's edge. A blue bouquet. I wonder who put that here. I wonder who could have put that here. A bouquet of fresh Amelia lilies lies at your feet, an offering for the departed. Thousand fires blossomed around her as she fell towards the battleship. Crimson star shower amidst the impassive clouds. You'll be remembered, Ysael. You shall be remembered. The Camby azure light, fainted bursts and blinding, then shattering, casting motes of diamond to the four winds. Alright, let's go see Tiamat. Let's go visit the old lady. Alright, Tiamat. Child of man, chosen of Heidelin. Not as minutes for these here save the delusions of the condemned. And the madness that I spy my departed brood brother in yonder skies. But I not know it cannot be so. What sayest thou? My senses are yet mine own. That he whom I saw was but my dead brother's rancor clad in mortal flesh. And thou didst deliver him into death's cold embrace. I bear thee no ill will, child, 'tis beyond me, for my hatreds are bound up in moments ephemeral and eternal, my beloved's passing and his resurrection. I am no better than Nidhogg, consumed by love, twisted by rage. I too sought business without end. Aye, matey, thou hast yet renounced it. Yet thou hast since renounced it, hast thou not? The millennia have I watched as time did, when that which I could not, as the men of Alec perished and their works fell to ruin, leave me to think on mine own sins and solitude. What folly to despise man his base desires, when hatred's hand so effortlessly drove me to take Ascian red. Then look thou on him again with eyes unclouded, and mark how he laboureth to rise above his nature, how he and race Swarogar's brood now raise their voices in shared song of peace. 'Tis my dearest hope that it shall prove the founding stone for a bulwark against the dark. As time delivered Alec into its reward, so too will it prove this peace true or fleeting, as I remain here, apart, and watch. Chosen of Heidelin, it is well that thou camest unto me in contemplation, but the road stretches ever on, and thy battle not yet won. Perhaps there was hope for them, perhaps this time they would learn and remember, but her part in the tale had ended long ago. Within this monument to Hubris would she remain until the end of days, beyond redemption. To the Ethereal Chemical Research Facility. The undying ones were defiant, disbelieving. Even as death embraced them, and the knights too succumbed, loyal to the last, the cause long lost. His body glowing light, the archbishop looked upon the arbiter of his fate, and knew not what he saw, and then it was over. Naught remained save the eyes, thinking to bear them away from the covetous hands of men, the stimulants of the accursed baubles at his own, and bestially bent to their will, if only for a time. At a friend's behest they embarked upon their journey, and so after their triumphant homecoming, in all the pomp and circumstance, there was but one way it could end. And now, we must pay respects to an old friend, and that means we must go to the Central Highlands. Specifically, we need to go to 22.5 Y7. 125 7 0.9. Somewhere right about there. Alright, we got an ad, and I will take this moment to use the restroom. We will conclude this after the break. BRB. Alright, we are back. Time to go. Pay respects to a friend. Yes, this is Harshapon's grave that we saw at the end of 3.3 cutscene. Oh, look who it is. Respect. Let's pay respects. What is it? Play. Keep doing that. Ah. Oh, just never mind. Forget I said anything. No emotes needed. You will be remembered, Harshapon. You will always be remembered. And we get the emotes. We've learned the emote Harshaphone. And we get the achievement on the road again. Okay, well, now that we have remembered and paid our respects to our dear departed friend Harshaphone, we will bring this stream to a close. We did a lot today. We remembered, we helped some of the societies grow and build, and we laughed along with Hildibrand as he and Vivi journeyed across the realm together. Tomorrow, we will continue our remembrance, and we will start unlocking all of the other feature unlocks that don't have to do with the raids, trials, or anything like that. And we'll get all that wrapped up before we start getting into all the combat. So I hope you do return tomorrow as we wrap up those non-combat related quest lines. And we'll see you tomorrow. Until then, as always, may Nama bless, and goodbye for now. See you tomorrow.